Hiss. Master, will I be thrown into a frying pan? Don't you worry about a thing. I will definitely awaken my beast-taming talent. In a detached villa, a tall young man with delicate and handsome features was bending over, stroking a white snake in front of him. Yet at this moment, this extremely dangerous creature seemed remarkably spirited. Coiled around the young man's arm, its pair of golden pupils stared fixedly into the young man's eyes. The young man's name was Lin Sheng. He had transmigrated to this bizarre world over a dozen years ago. And it was also over a dozen years ago that his parents both passed away after leaving him a villa worth millions and an inheritance. One could say it was a perfect start. But in this dangerous world, if you want to survive, relying on money alone is not enough. You must become a beast tamer. 3,000 years ago, countless life forms and monsters descended upon this world. 2,000 years ago, humanity awakened the beast-taming talent and began signing contracts with ferocious beasts. 1,000 years ago, humanity finally managed to gain a firm foothold in this world. And after Lin Sheng transmigrated to this world, the one who had been by his side all along was this white snake he brought from the blue star. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the white snake had also gained a glimmer of intelligence. However, ordinary people are not permitted to keep ferocious beasts. Therefore, Lin Sheng must today, at the age of 18, awaken his beast-taming talent to prevent Little White from being turned into snake soup. But is awakening the beast-taming talent easy? In the entire Dragon Kingdom, with its billions of people, perhaps only 1 in 10 manages to awaken successfully. And it is even harder to stand out among that 1/10 who succeed. After all, you are the only proof of my previous world. Even if it is not for myself, I must awaken this talent for you. Lin Sheng stroked the white snake's head with a serious look on his face. And Little White rolled its eyes at this, as if it were quite dissatisfied with its master's words. At the same time, the mysterious heavenly Tao seemed to feel something. A mechanical and cold voice suddenly emerged in Lin Sheng's mind. Detected that the host has reached the required age. Mythical Gene System will activate upon awakening the beast-taming talent. The system is here. Lin Sheng was stunned for only a moment before he realized it. Awakening the system requires meeting a certain trigger. Lin Sheng's eyes burned with intensity. He felt even more expectant about today's awakening ceremony. Yang City Noble High School. On the playground. It is Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng is here. Lin Sheng, come over quickly. The ceremony is about to start. Senior Lin, I have a spot here, sit next to me. Shh! Don't you know Lin Sheng already has a girlfriend, and she is drop-dead gorgeous, though she is a bit like a tigress. If I had a girlfriend like that, I would be willing to deal with a tigress. Because Lin Sheng was good-looking and had excellent grades, he got along quite well with his classmates. However, Lin Sheng's mind was focused on his system, so he found it a bit exhausting to respond. After exchanging greetings one by one, he stood in the crowd. This is the most important turning point in your lives. I do not need to say much about how important today is, right? Let's begin. As the homeroom teacher spoke, the awakening ceremony officially began. A turtle shell was placed on the awakening stage, and as long as one placed their hand on it, they could activate the awakening power within. Of course, the quality of your talent depends entirely on the genes and bloodline within you. The atmosphere at the scene was tense to the extreme at this moment. Everyone stared nervously at the turtle shell, as if they wanted to establish some telepathic connection with it and get familiar with it in advance. I hope I can awaken a beast-taming talent. I do not want to be an ordinary person. Come on, even a D-rank talent is enough to become a beast tamer. Don't worry, I heard that the success rate of awakening talents increased by 1 or 2 percentage points last year. 1 or 2? Isn't that just a normal fluctuation? It's starting. I'm so nervous. A student walked up and placed his hand on it. C-rank talent, strength enhancement. Enhances the beast's power for a short time. The student standing on the high platform seemed very excited. This meant that he had successfully awakened a beast-taming talent and had a chance to become a beast tamer. From then on, he would have crossed into a new social class. Not bad, a C-rank talent is already quite good. The homeroom teacher nodded with satisfaction. The next few students also awakened decent talents. After all, their parents were basically all beast tamers. Only a few were unable to awaken any beast-taming talent. Lin Sheng, it is your turn. The teacher gave Lin Sheng a slight smile. Lin Sheng, good luck. Bai He, the head of the music department, also spoke up to encourage him. She had been secretly in love with Lin Sheng for 3 years. However, Lin Sheng already had a very beautiful girlfriend, making even Bai He, the school beauty, feel a bit inferior. She could only hide these feelings in her heart. Lin Sheng nodded and walked forward. He then placed his hand on the turtle shell. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. B-rank talent, bloodline enhancement. B-rank talent doesn't seem too bad. Lin Sheng nodded. Bloodline enhancement could allow his contracted beast's bloodline to receive a certain boost. Although limited, it is the most important thing for a beast now. However, the most important thing is his system. And at this very moment, a sound suddenly transmitted in his mind. Ding! Host has awakened a talent. Mythical Gene System is activated. B-rank bloodline enhancement is evolving into a beyond SS rank talent. Sequence extraction. System, you finally arrived? Even though he had been prepared for this in advance. Lin Sheng's heart was still pounding uncontrollably. He had waited over a decade. And finally, you are here. Wait, isn't the highest talent level in this world just SSS rank? There are barely a handful of people in the entire world with an SSS rank talent, yet I just awakened something that transcends it? Just how strong would that be? As he thought this, Lin Sheng's eyes fell upon the description of his talent. Sequence extraction, capable of extracting genes from all living creatures and instilling them into beast companions. The moment his eyes landed on it, Lin Sheng understood everything instantly. Sequence extraction. In the evolution of the natural world, all creatures evolve abilities that are beneficial to themselves. And Lin Sheng can extract all these abilities and store them, then inject them into the bodies of his own beast companions. That way, his beasts can gain this incredible power. In that instant, Lin Sheng thought of a specific creature. Dragon. Head like a camel, horns like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like a cow, neck like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a carp, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, with 81 scales on its back, possessing the 9-9 yang energy. A dragon cannot ascend to heaven without its treasure. It breathes out clouds and can transform into water or fire. But such a creature doesn't exist in this world. Or rather, it only exists in myths and legends. If I use this ability, can I bring true dragons, divine phoenixes, mythical killin, or even those indescribable legendary creatures into this world? At this thought, Lin Sheng became quite excited. He could already imagine himself creating endless divine beasts, capable of summoning wind and rain, turning the world upside down. Perhaps he could even recreate the myth of the heavenly court. After all, even the goddess Nuwa was said to be transformed from a snake. How did it go, Lin Sheng? The teacher asked. Teacher, it is an S-rank talent, bloodline enhancement. Lin Sheng thought for a moment and gave a casual answer. After all, he couldn't just tell anyone about his talent that surpassed SSS rank. Besides, no one would believe him even if he did. But hiding it completely was impossible, as every student would have their talent tested later. However, the highest level that testing device could detect was S rank. It wouldn't be able to reveal his true talent level. S rank talent, the teacher exclaimed, a look of disbelief crossing his face. But on second thought, it seemed Lin Sheng had no reason to lie. That meant it was true. Lin Sheng had actually awakened an S rank talent. The students below were instantly struck with awe. An S rank talent, with billions of people in the Dragon Kingdom. There are probably fewer than 100 people who could awaken an S-rank talent. The odds of that are even lower than winning the lottery. And such an S-rank talent appeared right here in their school. Even as witnesses, the students were extremely excited. From now on, Lin Sheng would be walking a different path of beast taming than them. Seeing that he had awakened an S-rank talent he couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for him. The principal heard the commotion as well. He rushed over from afar. S-rank talent. This has reached the limit for the school's highest-tier scholarship resources. What is your name, young man? The elderly principal's face was so filled with excitement that his wrinkles bunched up like a chrysanthemum. Lin Sheng. Very good. We will provide you with a 5 million scholarship, plus an exclusive monarch-level cub of your choice, the principal announced. Hearing these rewards, the students below were already drooling with envy. The ranks in this world are Awakening, Warrior, Overlord, Monarch, Calamity, Emperor, and Mythical. A Monarch-level Beast Master is qualified to be the lord of an entire city. And once you reach the Overlord or Calamity stage, you can contract a second beast, getting a Monarch-level cub directly. It could be said that Lin Sheng's future was already limitless. The principal looked at the young man with a smile. This is a Monarch-level talent cub. Even his own beast talent was only at the Overlord level, which had caused his own growth to get stuck there. To be granted a Monarch-level beast right from the start. It was a tremendous stroke of fortune. No thank you, principal. I already have a beast I've set my heart on. Lin Sheng thought for a brief second before refusing. He had already made an agreement to bond with Xiao Bai. Besides, Xiao Bai was a creature he brought from Earth. Perhaps he could truly use the system's ability to evolve it into a real dragon. That would be a presence more powerful than any other beast. A truly terrifying creature at the top of the food chain. Monarch? Even an emperor-level beast wouldn't be enough to face a dragon. Huh? But if your beast's talent isn't high enough, you won't pass the exams and you won't become a real beast master. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, the principal froze. The teacher was dumbfounded. The students were stunned. This is a Monarch-level creature. What creature could possibly have more potential than a Monarch-level cub? They remembered that while Lin Sheng's family had some money, buying a Monarch-level cub was impossible, let alone something better. Helplessly, the principal said, "Very well, we won't force you. The money will be transferred to your school card, and you can withdraw it at any time." "Thank you, Principal Wang." Lin Sheng bid farewell to everyone. Then he turned and rushed home in excitement. He had to test his system to see if it could really create a true dragon. That's a Monarch-level cub. My parents spent their savings from decades just to buy me an Overlord-level cub. Does he have a better option? Why would he give up a Monarch-level cub? Heh, just being arrogant, thinking that having talent means he can do whatever he wants. He should know that talent and strength aren't the same thing. The university entrance exam is coming up soon. Acting this way won't affect his scores, will it? What if he doesn't even pass the Beast Master certification in a few days because of this? Don't joke around. With an S-rank talent, becoming a Beast Master isn't hard. It's just hard to get into the 5 major beast taming academies if the beast's talent is lacking. Several students were completely confused by Lin Sheng's behavior. Even he felt that making such a choice out of stubbornness was quite irrational. But in the near future, all of their doubts would be completely shattered. The Lin family villa. Hiss. A small, snow-white snake was coiled around Lin Sheng's arm. As Lin Sheng pricked his finger to draw a drop of blood, the little white snake opened its mouth and took it in. But it didn't bare its fangs, merely sipping the drops of blood. Then a strange sensation welled up in his mind. The two had officially formed a contract. Contract successful. White snake. Level, early awakening stage. Talent, early awakening stage. Skill, constriction. Evolution path, none. Description, A weak beast that is not worth waiting 1,000 years for. Is the level really too low? Lin Sheng gave a bitter smile. After all, it was a creature brought over from the Blue Star. Though it had awakened some intelligence, it wasn't strong. It was no match for the fierce beasts in the wild that fought with beast tamers for territory. But fortunately, he still had a system. And he happened to have a few million inheritance left at home. He could buy some fierce beast remains online to extract. No sooner said than done. Lin Sheng immediately logged onto the network and bought a complete silver-scaled fish from the late awakening stage. Your delivery has arrived. A knock came from outside the door. Coming. Lin Sheng walked to the door excitedly. He brought the silver-scaled fish, which was about the size of his own body, into the room. Thud. Lin Sheng threw the silver-scaled fish on the floor and wiped the sweat from his brow. As expected of a fierce beast, it's so heavy. This silver-scaled fish was covered in silver scales, and its sharp teeth could bite through a 20-centimeter thick steel plate. It looked quite terrifying. This one cost 100,000, so expensive. Lin Sheng crouched down with a pained expression and placed his hand on it. I hope you don't disappoint me. Extract. As soon as Lin Sheng finished speaking, the skin of the silver-scaled fish beneath his hand gradually shriveled and fell off. And in less than a few seconds, it completely turned into a skeleton. A strange feeling suddenly appeared in Lin Sheng's mind. Extraction in progress. Obtain silver-scaled fish bloodline. Obtained silver scales, water jet, and sharp teeth. After the extraction was successful, Lin Sheng looked at Little White again. The word imbue appeared on its body. Lin Sheng didn't hesitate to place his hand on it. Imbue, silver-scaled fish bloodline, silver scales, water jet, sharp teeth. The next moment, the white snake that had been coiled around Lin Sheng's arm suddenly showed a pained expression. Then scales that had previously been inconspicuous began to grow out. The silver scales that had once been on the silver-scaled fish now covered the white snake's body. Its physique also underwent some changes as Lin Sheng injected the bloodline. Hiss. Little White looked pained, curling up on the ground. But it could sense that its master was doing this for its own good. This pain lasted for several minutes before it finally ended. And at this point, Little White's appearance had completely changed. The scales on its body had become tougher and finer. Its snake eyes had transformed into eyes that looked like a hybrid of a snake's and a fish's. Such powerful strength, I can feel the ability being fed back continuously. Lin Sheng clenched his fists. He could feel his muscles filled with immense power. If he wanted to, he could even punch through a solid wooden board. But he didn't have the luxury of time for that now. Instead, he checked Little White's status panel. White Snake. Level Mid-Awakening Stage. Talent Late Awakening Stage. Skills Constriction Water Jet. Evolution Path Silver-Scaled Piranha, Silver Water Python. Description: a very peculiar beast. Though it is a snake, it can spray water. Already at the Mid-Awakening Stage? Lin Sheng's mouth hung open. It felt somewhat incredible. For a beast to reach the Mid-Awakening Stage, it usually takes at least a month of eating its exclusive food. What is exclusive food? For instance, iron bears need to feed on iron bamboo, while firebirds need to feed on fish with extremely high caloric content. During this process, one also needs a professional training manual. Only then is there a sliver of a chance to break through to the Mid-Awakening Stage in a month. The money spent would definitely exceed 100,000. But now Lin Sheng had only bought one silver-scaled fish to absorb. Then, by injecting its bloodline into Little White, it broke through to the Late Awakening level. It even gained the silver-scaled fish's evolution path and skills. What an absolute steal. But the silver water python isn't the silver-scaled fish's evolution path. It seems new paths unlock automatically upon meeting certain conditions. And the sharp teeth skill wasn't successfully imbued. That must be due to poor compatibility with Little White. Lin Sheng pondered for a moment. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Snake to python, python to bow, Bo to Jiao, Jiao to dragon, dragon to horn dragon to Ying dragon to dragon king. If I buy a camel head in the east market, fish eyes in the west, deer antlers in the south, and eagle claws in the north, how will you tell if I'm a dragon or a snake? If it actually reached that point, it should be possible to evolve along the path to become a dragon. Lin Sheng didn't like to procrastinate. He did whatever came to his mind. Currently, I can't afford the top-tier bloodlines and skill components. The silver-scaled fish scales can only block blades and bullets, but stronger fish scales could block artillery, and some creatures' scales even have more magical effects. Cultivation should be done early. Lin Sheng had to allocate and select the best creatures rationally. Just at that moment, ding dong, your bank card ending in 9527 has received 5,000 yuan. Please check. The school scholarship has arrived. With this money, plus my family's savings, it should be enough to buy them. With that thought, Lin Sheng immediately opened the shopping app. He quickly clicked on creatures that could potentially lead it toward becoming a dragon. The current delivery industry is very advanced. As long as you place an order, fierce beasts will deliver the supplies to your doorstep in less than half an hour, provided you have the money to buy them. As it happens, Lin Sheng's family is the wealthy type. And within 20 minutes of finishing his purchases, all the fierce beast carcasses were piled up in the courtyard of his villa. Hiss. In the courtyard, Little White circled around the carcasses of the fierce beasts, sniffing them curiously as if finding them very interesting. Little White, these are not for you to eat, Lin Sheng said with a smile. At this moment, Little White's intelligence was clearly much higher than before. Hearing this, it took the initiative to step aside. After all, it was already a beast at the mid-stage of the awakening realm. It was just that having grown so much stronger all of a sudden, Little White still needed time to process and learn. But as for obeying its master's commands, that didn't require any relearning. Absorb. Lin Sheng stretched out his palm. Before him lay the claw viper, red-crowned bird, hairy camel, armored tiger, golden-eyed eagle. Obtained red-crowned bird bloodline. Obtained claw viper bloodline. Obtained armored tiger bloodline. Obtained eagle eye skill. Obtained hardening skill. Obtained swiftness skill. Dozens of fierce beasts were reduced to piles of bones in just a few seconds. These were all late-stage awakening fierce beasts. They were extremely expensive. Seeing them vanish in an instant, Lin Sheng felt a pang of heartache. But fortunately, it was all worth it. Little White, come here. Lin Sheng called Little White over to his side. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Little White seemed to know what was about to happen and appeared very excited. Being able to grow stronger naturally made it happy. Let's inject a portion of the bloodline first. If it's too much, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Hiss. Little White clearly understood its master's meaning. It would certainly be painful at first. But as time passed and its strength improved, it would gradually start to feel better. As Lin Sheng reached out his hand, scarlet blood appeared in the air. Then it dripped into Little White's mouth. The next moment, Little White curled itself up again. The cells throughout its body were subjected to extreme stimulation and were operating at high speed. Bearing the genes of so many organisms at once was difficult even for an awakened beast to endure. But the changes were also obvious. The scales on its body became more defined. Used to be a thickness he could half grasp with one finger now required his whole hand to hold. And its eyes had become much sharper. Having received the feedback, everything around Lin Sheng became clearer than before. Be it the flowers and grass by the road or the ants on the ground, every movement was clearer than it had ever been. Then Lin Sheng tried to impart the acquired skills to Little White. But a large number of the skills failed. In the end, it only acquired Water Jet, Constrict, and Hardening. It seems Water Jet really suits Little White. I suppose I'm quite lucky. Lin Sheng wasn't too disappointed. After all, the level of this skill wasn't high. It was only at the awakening level. And typical awakened beasts could only possess one, or at most 2 skills at the awakening level. Yet he could continuously impart skills to his beast through the system. He even possessed 3 skills while still at the awakening level. If he reached later stages and acquired even higher level skills, Little White would only become more formidable. Passing the test to become a Beastmaster is now a sure thing. Even with Lin Sheng's calm temperament, he couldn't help but feel a slight surge of excitement when mentioning Beastmasters. For over a decade, he had lived on this planet and witnessed the rights and respect enjoyed by Beastmasters. Beastmasters are managed by a specialized Beastmaster Association. They are not subject to standard laws. If something happens, it is all resolved internally by the Beastmaster Association. Furthermore, if any ordinary person proactively provokes a Beastmaster, the Beastmaster has the qualifications and right to kill them if there is sufficient justification. Of course, these powers were earned by Beastmasters fighting against external fierce beasts. And the reason Lin Sheng's family was so wealthy was because his parents were both Beastmasters. However, they died in the line of duty fighting fierce beasts a few years after he was born. So Lin Sheng didn't have any good feelings toward those fierce beasts. One could even say he felt some resentment. But that was normal. Which Beastmaster doesn't loathe fierce beasts? It seems the digestion is finished. Watching Little White collapsed on the ground, a string of information appeared before Lin Sheng's eyes. White Snake. Level Mid-Stage Awakening. Talent Late-Stage General. Skills Constrict Water Jet Hardening. Evolution Routes: Python, Silver Python Water Monster, Single-Horned Snake, Colorful Electric Eel, Scaled Snake. Introduction: a rare creature with extremely powerful genes. It is hard to imagine how other life forms survived countless years ago. The talent level has already reached the late-stage general, and the option for a python has finally appeared. Lin Sheng's eyes were glowing with intensity. Such trash evolution routes, besides creatures from the blue planet, could they even exist on this planet? After all, ordinary snakes on this world were almost eliminated long ago. The remaining species don't even include purebred pythons. And if one wants to become a dragon, one must first evolve from a snake into a python. Moreover, the python evolution route is the simplest one. Just requires continuous growth. As for the other options like the silver python water monster or single-horned snake, Lin Sheng didn't plan to evolve into them. Because evolving according to the genes of other creatures, while potentially stronger, could very likely interfere with Little White's path to dragonhood. And although it's said to be the weakest evolution route, given Little White's current physical hardness, skills, and strength, it is fully capable of taking on late-stage awakening creatures, or even early-stage general beasts. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Sheng injected the stored genes and bloodline essence into Little White's body every day. At this point, its level had impressively reached the late stage of the awakening realm. This rate of progress was terrifying. Normally, even with the best conditions, it would take at least half a year. However, Lin Sheng managed it in just 3 days. There are actually some small bumps now. Lin Sheng stroked the 2 small horns budding on Little White's head. The texture felt great. Little White lay in Lin Sheng's hand, looking completely content as it coiled around his arm, enjoying the sensation. Injecting the horn genes was definitely effective, but it's not powerful enough yet. As far as Lin Sheng knew, some creatures in this world possessed extremely formidable horns. They could even unleash lightning to destroy everything. But given his current strength, there was no way he could obtain them. Little White, you need to perform well when we get to school later, Lin Sheng said, giving instructions. Hiss. Little White nodded very earnestly. It was the master who gave Little White intelligence and strength, so it would do whatever he asked. Very well. I wonder what my classmates will think when they see I passed up a sovereign tier cub just to bond with an ordinary white snake. Lin Sheng thought to himself. But his expression quickly returned to normal. What he holds in his hand is not a snake. but a future divine dragon capable of calling the wind and rain, commanding lightning, and soaring to the 9 heavens. It is no worse than any other life form. The next morning, Yang City Noble High School. Yangcheng Noble High School. Outside the school gate. Liu's mom, I heard your son contracted a beast with late-stage warrior potential. It must be a sure thing for him to pass this test, right? Oh, not at all. It's just good luck. If he can become a beastmaster, all the effort we've put in will finally be worth it. That's true. My son awakened D-grade beastmaster talent and successfully contracted a beast. I was so happy I didn't sleep all night. Hey, have you heard? That S-grade talent beastmaster in Yangcheng. He publicly rejected the monarch-grade beast cub offered by the school at the awakening ceremony. Now that cub has been given to the second-place student. I think her name is Baihe. How lucky she is. Why doesn't my son have that kind of fate? A group of parents stood outside the school gate, shaking their heads and sighing. That was a monarch-grade beast cub. I'm afraid no school in all of Yangcheng could just pull one of those out whenever they wanted. It was only because that beastmaster, named Lin Sheng, awakened S-grade talent, that they made an exception to get a monarch-grade cub. But who would have thought he'd turn it down? What's so special about a monarch-grade beast cub? Lin Sheng, passing by, overheard the parents' conversation, his face wearing a breeze-like smile. He didn't look sad at all for losing a monarch-grade cub. Instead, he reached out and stroked a little snake in his arms. The little snake lay in Lin Sheng's arms, looking quite content. When I open my beast space, you'll finally have a place to go, Lin Sheng said to the little white snake with a smile. Once a beastmaster awakens their talent and contracts their first pet beast, they can come to the school and use special materials to open their own beast space, thereby officially becoming a beastmaster. As long as one can awaken talent and contract a beast, it is almost unheard of to be unable to open a beast space. However, the potential of the beast space is closely related to the talent of both the pet beast and the master. They are generally graded F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the grade, the more benefits it provides to the pet beast inside. Not only can it accelerate the growth of the pet beast, it can even recover injuries and fatigue from battle, and heal hidden ailments that are hard to detect. Of course, most often it is simply used as a storage space. It is also the hallmark of a beastmaster. Lin Sheng. Senior brother Lin, what a coincidence you're here too. Isn't that obvious? Today is the beastmaster graduation ceremony, who wouldn't be here? Haha, you're such a killjoy. Senior brother Lin, let's go in together. Hurry and grab a good spot. Maybe we can unlock our beast spaces sooner. Not long after he arrived, a group of students crowded around him. The female students kept calling him Senior Brother Lin, though Lin Sheng might not even be older than some of them. But it is true that Lin Sheng is handsome and very popular. And he became even more popular after awakening his S-grade talent. Sure, let's go in together, Lin Sheng said. These students all had large beasts following them. Compared to Lin Sheng's little snake, they looked quite conspicuous. The students seemed to be enjoying the attention. They made no secret of showing off their identity as beastmasters in the city, though that's only limited to today. Under normal circumstances, beastmasters are not allowed to let their pets roam freely in the city. As they say, if you walk a dog without a leash, well, you know how it goes. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, several students were delighted. To be able to connect with such an excellent and promising beastmaster as Lin Sheng, even just a few words would make them happy. It was just strange that they hadn't seen Lin Sheng's beast all this time. However, they didn't think much of it. Soon, everyone arrived at the school playground. At this moment, the school principal was standing on the podium reading a speech. He looked quite sorrowful. Students, being able to cultivate such excellent beastmasters is an honor for me as your principal. But after becoming a steadfast beastmaster, if you get into trouble, you'll have to solve it yourselves. Of course, once you achieve success in the future, You are always welcome to come back to school and help us with some publicity. This place will always be your home." As he spoke, the principal raised his arm and wiped away some invisible tears. The students below caught his drift clearly. It all boiled down to 2 points. If you get into trouble, don't mention the school. If you get famous, feel free to do some publicity for the school. He's just washing his hands of everything. All right, students, there are less than 100 days until the college entrance exam, so I won't waste any more of your time. With that, the principal stepped aside. Then a crystal-clear stone was brought out. A spirit-piercing stone, the essential material for opening a beast space. As long as the pet beast drops a bit of blood onto it, and the Beastmaster places their hand on the stone, they can awaken their beast space. Depending on the size of the awakened space, the stone will react in different ways. It is an incredibly miraculous material. Soon a student stepped forward. His pet was a half-man-tall flamingo with warrior-grade talent. Whoosh! As the flamingo dripped a drop of bright red blood, he placed his hand on the stone. The stone emitted a thin green light. It made both the beast and the Beastmaster look glowing with health, bathed in a green aura. C-grade beast space. It's 100 by 100 meters with a triple growth rate. An exclamation came from below. That's already quite good talent. Who would have thought that even with mediocre talent, he could awaken a beast space of this level? For a moment, the other students felt a glimmer of hope. And as the ceremony continued, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst from the spirit-piercing stone. The crowd below widened their eyes. Even the principal began to smile. A-grade space, 10 times growth amplification, 500 square meters in size. Is she that Bai, he who awakened A-grade talent at the ceremony and got the monarch grade cub from senior brother Lin? Need you ask? She's been in the top 3 of our school's campus beauty list for years. As for why she's not number 1, it's only because she's already set her heart on someone who's on everyone's hit list. Who is that? That guy. Is it really him? Could it be a lie? It must be him. Lin Sheng. Bai, he walked down from the stage, her eyes fixed on Lin Sheng, looking very happy. Now she could keep up with Lin Sheng's pace again. As long as she could keep watching Lin Sheng, she was satisfied. Good luck! You're next! Yeah. Listening to Bai He's encouragement, Lin Sheng nodded silently. He stood up and walked toward the stage. To be honest, even he didn't know what level of beast space he would awaken. The other students were also very curious about what kind of beast Lin Sheng had contracted. What kind of beast could make someone give up a monarch-grade cub? And an initial monarch-grade cub at that?
The first beast taming contract is usually for the first beast you tame. Since a beast tamer's physical constitution still falls within the human range, it is absolutely impossible for the grade to exceed the monarch level. In other words, this monarch level cub is already the most exceptional choice for an initial beast. However, even so, it was still rejected by Lin Sheng. This couldn't help but arouse curiosity among some of the students. A pair of eyes remained fixed on Lin Sheng's figure. Even the principal and 2 powerhouses from the Beast Taming Association became interested. So he is Lin Sheng, a middle-aged man on the high platform, wearing a black tactical suit with sharp facial features, asked. Yes, Chief Instructor Liu. The principal held this middle-aged man in great esteem. After all, he is the second in command of their Yang City Beast Taming Association. Not only is his status prestigious, but his strength has also reached the late stage of a warrior, and he owns a beast that is about to break through to the Lord level. If he can catch the eye of this man, it would be immensely beneficial to a student's future. This kid is truly impressive. At the very least, he looks great. A woman in a black tight-fitting suit beside him said with a smile. She seemed quite interested in Lin Sheng. Sigh, it really is a world that judges by appearances. Just now, when Bai He awakened an A-grade beast taming space, neither of them had any reaction. But the moment Lin Sheng came out, they didn't even see his beast, yet they started asking about him. The principal sighed helplessly. However, these two are both top figures in Yang City. They can be considered the second and third in command of the Yang City Beast Taming Association. In a sense, they are the number 2 and number 3 of Yang City. They are far from someone he can afford to offend. If it weren't for the fact that they had important business to discuss here today, he might never have had the chance to meet such figures in his lifetime. However, just as they were conversing, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly green, blue, and red lights erupted from the spirit sensing stone. They instantly engulfed everyone present and then shot straight into the sky. For a moment, the entire academy was blanketed by that dazzling, blinding radiance. 3-colored light. This is the sign of an S-grade beast taming space. Who is it? The 3 people on the platform were shocked. They looked downward. In front of the spirit-sensing stone, a young man with a white snake as thick as an arm coiled around his limb had his hand placed on the dazzling spirit-sensing stone. And that light was of his making. Lin Sheng. It really is you. The principal had already guessed as much. And the students below were also stunned. It wasn't because they were surprised that Lin Sheng could awaken an S-grade beast taming space. After all, he already possessed a top-tier S-grade talent. As long as his beast wasn't too weak, awakening an S-grade beast taming space was a sure thing. What really shocked them was the beast Lin Sheng had contracted. A plain white snake? It had no horns, nor did it have legs. It didn't even have a divine glow. Isn't this just an ordinary white snake? Why would he contract such a useless beast? Even the principal was dumbfounded. He never expected that after Lin Sheng refused him, he would end up contracting such a beast. How could it possibly compare to that monarch-level cub? Even the principal began to wonder if he had seen wrong. Yet being so close, only a blind man could have seen it wrong. This is definitely nothing but an ordinary white snake. Did this kid watch too many TV shows and really think that by contracting a white snake he could turn it into a bride? As soon as he thought of this, the principal immediately shook his head. Impossible. Who would give up awakening a higher level talent just to contract a piece of trash? Besides, once you become a powerful beast tamer, what kind of woman can't you find? Never mind finding one, many would even throw themselves at you. Doing this is simply not worth the loss. This student's talent is indeed good, but this beast... Instructor Liu, wearing the tactical suit, frowned. It is indeed dragging him down. I actually think this child has character. Contracting a beast isn't about strength, but about compatibility. The woman in the black tight-fitting suit said from the side. The 2 of you, I did indeed hand that monarch-level cub over to him, but he rejected it. The principal hurried to explain, his face contorted like a bitter melon. He was terrified that they would mistakenly think he had pocketed the monarch-level cub for himself. He wouldn't dare do such a thing. To dare embezzle something issued by the Beast Taming Association. That is a grave crime. Once discovered, one would be hunted down by all sides. However, just as they were sighing in regret, whoosh! Another strange phenomenon. The 3-colored light that had been separate suddenly converged into a single beam of golden light. This golden light instantly covered Lin Sheng, making him look incredibly sacred. And the white snake on his arm was the same. It was also dyed golden yellow at this moment. Both were bathed in this light, completely unaware of what was happening outside. SS grade. The students below were stunned once again. 3-colored light merging into a golden beam. Isn't this the phenomenon described in textbooks as the sign of an SS grade beast taming space? I knew it. How could it only be S grade? Only an SS grade is worthy of Brother Lin's beast taming talent. A beast taming space of this level must be as large as a super large villa. Everyone wore looks of envy. And on the platform, Instructor Liu and the woman in the black suit had their expressions slightly moved. An SS grade beast taming space. Now that's worthy of an S grade talent. The principal's face brightened with joy. It seems that White Snake isn't holding him back after all. This is acceptable. I'd even accept it if you contracted a bride directly. And before the crowd could finish their astonishment, whoosh! The golden radiance filling the sky was withdrawn in an instant. It all condensed within the spirit-sensing stone. And a few seconds later, roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar that echoed through the world resounded. The golden light inside the stone had now condensed into a small golden dragon, roaring within. Even Lin Sheng was taken aback. Doesn't this world say that dragons don't exist? Why is a small dragon manifesting inside the spirit-sensing stone? At this moment, Lin Sheng was completely unaware that the playground had fallen into absolute silence. Countless students stared with wide eyes at the spirit-sensing stone on the high platform. And the principal and the two instructors could no longer remain calm. They stood up with a bang. The phenomenon that only appears with an SSS-grade beast-taming space, the dragon's roar reaching the heavens, the total number of beast tamers in the entire Dragon Kingdom who have awakened an SSS-grade beast-taming space does not exceed 10. And none of them have been able to trigger this top-tier phenomenon. The woman in the tight-fitting suit said excitedly. Her voice was even trembling slightly. In other words, Lin Sheng here is the only person in the Dragon Kingdom to trigger the dragon roar phenomenon when opening his beast-taming space. Before this, people had always thought it was just a legend. But today has appeared before our eyes a reality. And in the next moment, just as everyone thought everything was over, crack! Dragons do not exist in this world. Just like on Blue Star in my previous life, they only exist in ancient books and legends, coupled with the appearance of some lizard-like reptiles tainted with dragon blood. This legend has gained a certain degree of credibility, and due to the formidable combat power of their dragon-blooded descendants, dragons are considered the apex predators in legend as well. Because of people's faith, when awakening a beast-taming space, there is a certain probability of summoning the manifestation of such a non-existent creature. That is exactly what is happening right now. A phantom of a golden dragon has appeared within the spirit penetration stone. The moment he saw the phantom, Lin Sheng instinctively activated his sequence extraction skill. In the next instant, crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed across the scene. The originally incredibly hard spirit penetration stone actually developed several cracks in a split second, and that golden dragon darted straight out of the fissure. But before it could soar into the sky, it was absorbed by Lin Sheng. This scene was not seen by anyone around, because their attention at this moment was still focused on the dragon roar that had just resounded. My God, a dragon roar manifestation. This has already surpassed the manifestation that an SSS-level beast taming space can produce. Exactly, this is definitely the first case. It can be called a god-level beast taming space that transcends the SSS level. To think it could produce such a legendary manifestation, could it be that Lin Sheng's little snake is actually a dragon hatchling? You need to have some limits to your delusions, right? If that were a dragon, I'd eat this spirit penetration stone right here on the spot. But tell me, did any of you hear a cracking sound just now? What sound? Was it a monkey being born from a stone? The previously silent playground became rowdy at this moment. The students present were discussing animatedly, all wanting to bring their own beasts closer to soak up some dragon aura. And at this moment, the two high-ranking officials from the Beast Taming Association and the principal were completely stunned. I didn't expect that just coming for routine business would lead to such a good thing. At this moment, Chief Instructor Liu's eyes were glowing green. Like a hungry wolf, he stared fixedly at Lin Sheng. Principal Zhang, I want this student. As for the spirit penetration stone he shattered, take this business card to the Beast Taming Association later, and someone will compensate you. The woman in the black tight suit beside him took out a business card and handed it to the principal. The principal accepted the card with fear and trepidation, and suddenly his heart didn't ache anymore. A spirit penetration stone is something that is neither particularly expensive nor cheap. It is expensive mainly because it is extremely rare. And it is not cheap because spirit penetration stones on the market are not allowed to be auctioned. This resource is almost entirely held in the hands of the state. Rest assured, I'll go wash him up and no, I'll go ask for student Lin Sheng's opinion in a moment. As he spoke, the principal looked at the card handed over by the female official. When he saw the 3 big words Dragon Slaying Bureau carved on it, he was shocked. As everyone knows, the Beast Taming Association is divided into 3 organizations. First, the department belonging to the association, responsible for the auction of fierce beasts and the supervision of various resources. The second is the military, which controls most of the Beast Master power in the Dragon Kingdom, and is the faction that Chief Instructor Liu belongs to. The remaining portion of top powerhouses is held by the Dragon Slaying Bureau. And the woman in front of him was actually the director of their Yang City Dragon Slaying Bureau. You have to know, generally for students to join the Dragon Slaying Bureau, they must be the absolute cream of the crop among all students. And now the Yang City director has personally said she wants to take Lin Sheng into the Dragon Slaying Bureau. It's practically a fast track. Who would refuse such an opportunity? I disagree. I spoke up first, and now you want to snatch him away. What does that mean? Chief Instructor Liu beside him did not show any weakness. This is a beast master with an SSS level beast taming space who even triggered a dragon roar manifestation. How could he possibly give up easily? He must join our military. Hey, I won't argue with you. Let's ask him personally in a bit, okay? The woman in the black tight suit said with a smile. She seemed to already have victory in her grasp. Chief Instructor Liu just glanced at her and didn't say anything more. Indeed, there is no point in them arguing here. Everything depends on Lin Sheng's own wishes. 2 big shots are actually tearing each other apart for the sake of a student. The principal reached out to wipe the imaginary sweat from his forehead. He didn't know if this was a blessing or a curse for Lin Sheng. But for the other students, they must be green with envy. After becoming a Beastmaster, these are the only 3 best paths to take. Now 2 of them have thrown olive branches to Lin Sheng. He almost reached the finish line of life in an instant. But for Lin Sheng, this was just the starting line. From this point, one can see how great this fortune is. The only fear is that after Lin Sheng joins one organization, he might offend the other and face trouble later. And after Lin Sheng awakened the SSS level beast taming space, the atmosphere at the scene was ignited to the extreme. The students present were all incredibly excited. One by one, they pushed forward, wanting to be the first to open their own beast taming spaces. That way, they might even get to soak up some dragon aura. Soon, in less than half an hour, all the students had completed the opening of their beast taming spaces and officially became Beast Masters. And the proof of the Beast Master status requires specialists from the Beast Taming Association to issue. Hello students, I am Liu King, the Chief Instructor of our Yang City Beast Taming Association. Chief Instructor Liu, standing on the platform, swept his gaze over the crowd. The scene went quiet instantly. Chief Instructor Liu nodded with satisfaction, then spoke. I've come here to do 3 things today. First, as a routine duty, I will issue your Beastmaster certificates. Second, I will pick out suitable talents to join me, or the Dragon Slaying Bureau where Ms. Dai, who is standing beside me, belongs. At this point, Chief Instructor Liu paused. A flash of excitement appeared in the eyes of the students below. Isn't the goal of becoming a Beast Master to join the Beast Taming Association? As long as you can enter the Beast Taming Association, you not only gain everyone's respect, but you can also obtain massive resources and wealth. It would be even better if you could join the Dragon Slaying Bureau. which only accepts elite beast masters. Rumor has it that the founder of the Dragon Slaying Bureau is a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of humanity. That is a place every student yearns for. It's just that the acceptance rate has always been very low. A school might not even have one person accepted in a year. So what is the third thing? Someone from below asked this question. This was also a question in everyone's mind. In past years, the Beast Taming Association would also send people, but they would only help them open their beast taming spaces and take a few people away. We've never heard of a third thing. Looking at the expectant expressions of the students below, Chief Instructor Liu coughed twice and then spoke with a solemn expression. Cough, 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 cough. Instructor, are you all right? Apologies, I've been having some trouble with my throat lately. Finally, Chief Instructor Liu coughed heavily twice more. To cope with the complex changes in the situation and promote the synergistic development between beast tamers and their pets. The moment he opened his mouth, it was like a lullaby. Just a few sentences in, the students below were already swaying, their eyes glazing over. The effect was comparable to a pet with a hypnosis skill. It wasn't until he had spent several minutes spouting nonsense that he finally reached the point. I won't say any more unnecessary words. In recent years, our Beast Taming Association has rarely seen calamity-level beast tamers appear. So, to address this situation, we have decided to concentrate resources on a select few individuals. Everyone is eligible to compete for this quota, provided that you are a member of our Beast Taming Association. Even the janitors or security guards can try. We will select 100 people nationwide and grant you the 100 portions of resources we have already prepared. And this selection process will be held in Giant Beast City in 1 month. Upon hearing this, the students below fell silent. And then a surge of excitement filled the room. Competing for 100 spots nationwide. Doesn't that mean the winners will be the top 100 of the younger generation in the entire Dragon Kingdom? And these are resources meant for only 100 people. They must be extremely generous. Isn't that obvious? Resources to cultivate a calamity-level beast tamer. How could they be anything but magnificent? If I can get these resources before the college entrance exam, I might actually have a chance to enter those top 5 beast taming universities. These resources, I'm going to claim them. Some students below had burning gazes. Clenching their fists, they stared intently at the goal of becoming the champion, clearly very confident in themselves. A weak beast or weak talent doesn't mean you'll stay weak forever. You know, there was once a calamity-level beast tamer whose initial pet was only at the warrior level. Even their innate talent was nothing remarkable. Yet, they still managed to go further than those in the class who had better talent and higher-ranked beasts. Beyond heaven-sent potential, human effort is even more important. Giant Beast City, if I recall correctly, that's a place where Lord-level ferocious beasts roam, isn't it? Lin Sheng, hidden in the crowd, thought to himself. He was definitely going to participate in this competition. After all, with his current strength, getting rare resources via the Beast Taming Association would be far easier than any other way. However, to survive in a place like that, Xiaobai's current level is far from enough. But if he could obtain those resources, his chances of getting into his dream university would be much better. And I've also obtained dragon-type genes. Lin Sheng was somewhat excited. He originally only came to awaken a beast-taming space. He didn't expect such an unexpected harvest. And this harvest happened to align perfectly with his future goals. I must say, it really feels like someone very cool is helping him from the shadows. Lin Sheng, congratulations. Bai he walked over to congratulate him. Thank you. Lin Sheng responded with a smile. Not to mention Xiaobai's innate talent, just relying on his own talent, which exceeded SSS rank, awakening a top-tier beast taming space was a sure thing. The only question was which phenomenon would appear. Yeah, good luck. Hearing Lin Sheng's reply, Bai He immediately blushed, lowered her head, and muttered softly. How could Lin Sheng not know this young girl's feelings? Almost every time he achieved something, Bai He would take the initiative to congratulate him. And when he failed, she would also run over to comfort him. Her crush on Lin Sheng was something almost everyone in school knew. And Bai He was quite quiet and lovely. Lin Sheng had even considered the idea. Reborn into this life, why not have a passionate romance? But unfortunately, the backdrop of this world is extremely dangerous. Falling in love in this worldview is a sure path to a miserable end. Being a bodyguard expert definitely won't cut it. One must be a cold-blooded killer to survive. Of course, the most important thing is that he already has a nominal girlfriend. Every time he gets too close to a girl, this certain girlfriend appears on the scene, using her peerless beauty and status to make the other party feel utterly inferior. Student Lin Sheng. Just as Lin Sheng was reminiscing, the principal, along with two tall and well-built figures, walked straight up to him. Student Lin Sheng, these two are Chief Instructor Liu of the Beast Taming Association and this lady. The principal looked at the woman in the black bodysuit, as she hadn't told him her name yet. My name is Di Qian, and I am the Chief Captain of the Dragon Slayer Bureau's Yangcheng branch. With that, Di Qian extended her hand and shook Lin Sheng's. Chief Instructor Liu, Chief Captain Dai, what can I do for you? Lin Sheng asked. Obviously, we are here to invite you to join us. Obviously, we are here to invite you to join us. The two spoke in unison. They froze for a second, then shot each other a fierce glare. Liu, are you copying me now? Who's copying you? It's you. I was the one who spoke first about recruiting him into our department, and then you had to go and meddle. Isn't that going a bit too far? The tension between the two was palpable. Lin Sheng finally understood. These two were here to invite him to join the Beast Taming Association. And that was exactly the first thing Lin Sheng wanted to do. After all, to go to Giant Beast City to compete, the first priority is to become an internal member of the Beast Taming Association, and then to train the synergy and strength between himself and his pets. Lin Sheng, you must have heard of our Dragon Slayer Bureau. Everyone who joins is a rare genius. Plus, our bureau chief is one of the top beast tamers in the world. If you join us, I promise you 30 million dragon coins, and all the resources your pet needs to advance to the Lord level. I can offer the same conditions as the Dragon Slayer Bureau, plus a rare evolution path for snake-type pets. My own pet is a snake-type about to advance to the Lord level, and I can let you observe the process when it breakthroughs. Chief Instructor Liu was going all out now. Di Qian was stunned for a moment. You have to realize pet evolution paths are the highest form of top-secret information. To give away something of this level so casually, Chief Instructor Liu really poured his heart into this. However, they didn't know that Lin Sheng didn't need evolution paths at all. Although this was extremely important to others, to Lin Sheng, it was just a blank sheet of paper. Unaware of this, Di Qian gritted her teeth, determined not to let this genius be snatched away. You've left me no choice. Don't blame me for playing my trump card. Lin Sheng, your sister is also in our Dragon Slayer Bureau, and I was the one who personally sent her to headquarters back then. As long as you join my department, I am confident I can cultivate another genius with strength equal to hers. Di Qian spoke up. Chief Instructor Liu was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected her to have such a card to play. He hadn't heard anything about Lin Sheng having a sister before he arrived. If that were the case, his own evolutionary path for snakes really couldn't compete with the bond of blood. So what if you sent her there? Lin Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Whether it was the snake evolution path or his sister, both were nothing but debuffs to Lin Sheng. Not only were they useless, but they also failed to spark even the slightest bit of interest in him. Yet here, these two were treating his sister like a precious gem to recruit him. Couldn't they show a little more sincerity? Trading his sister for money would have been better. Yes, Lin Sheng did have a sister. After all, when he transmigrated into this world, he was only about 10 years old. It was very difficult for him to protect his family's property alone, let alone survive in this world. It was at that time that someone 2 or 3 years older than him, claiming to be his sister, came to Lin Sheng's home, sent away all the relatives, and began to take charge of his daily needs and schooling. Lin Sheng had even joked back then that if she were a genius sister and he was a useless brother, wouldn't he be the protagonist? But unfortunately, both of them were losers. Until her twisted desire for control and her talent began to emerge. He remembered teasing her once. "Sister, why aren't you a beast-taming genius?" After he asked that, his sister was stunned for a long time. And then she really did become a beast-taming genius, a once-in-a-century talent. It once made Lin Sheng think that his golden finger was actually the power to make his words reality. But now I have finally escaped her. With his thoughts brought back to the present, Lin Sheng let out a long sigh. Then he looked at the two in front of him solemnly. "I will make my own choice. While it is related to the conditions you both offered, it is based more on my personal will." Upon hearing this from Lin Sheng, the two people in front of him were taken aback. This young man in front of them really seemed to have a mind of his own. "Don't worry, even if you choose her, I won't hold a grudge. I'm not that petty after all. We are both geniuses of the Beast Tamer Association," Instructor Liu said. Dekan also replied with a smile. Lin Sheng nodded silently. "That is good. That is good." He was truly afraid of being targeted by big shots. His little frame couldn't handle that kind of pressure. Lost in thought, Lin Sheng began to deliberate carefully. Joining the military would certainly provide great resources and the best training, but it would also mean losing freedom, and the risks would be higher. Joining the Dragon Slayer Bureau, however, meant being a freelancer. One could gain more resources and training based on personal ability, but the danger levels are decided by oneself, sometimes even higher than in the military. And the conditions offered by both sides were exactly the same. The Dragon Slayer Bureau. I heard the director of the Bureau once swore to true dragon with their tamed beast. I actually happen to want to evolve my own beast into a true dragon. Doesn't that mean I could hide in plain sight? To hide from the director's suppression, he had to sneak into the Bureau. Eventually, he would become the director and change the name from Dragon Slayer Bureau to Dragon Raising Bureau. That sounds pretty good too. But the most important thing is that Lin Sheng prefers to be free. Because protagonists all like to be free. That way, he won't miss out on unexpected fortunes or lackeys coming to deliver experience points. I will join the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Lin Sheng made his choice after careful consideration. Tess. Chief Instructor Liu frowned immediately. Do young men really prefer a sexy, hot senior sister that much? He should have sent another instructor. Then I will take the person. A bright smile that couldn't be hidden appeared on Dekian's face. Sure enough, playing the family card works every time. But Captain Dai, please don't send me to my sister's place, and don't tell her that I joined the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Huh? Dekan, who thought her scheme had succeeded, was stunned for a moment before nodding. It seems this little brother wants to surprise his sister. He wants to tell her in person, I've joined the Dragon Slayer Bureau. After all, this is the dream of every young fool. When she joined the Bureau for the first time, she was so excited that she told everyone in her family. She figured Lin Sheng was in the same state of mind as her. However, she was wrong. Lin Sheng simply didn't want his sister to bother him anymore. If she really found out he joined the Bureau, she would probably transfer over to find him by the next day. The thought of that scene was terrifying. Alright, I still have to go pick other geniuses. After 3 days, once I've sent the news to all the academies, I'll come find you. I understand. Lin Sheng nodded silently. Even if he was a genius, he wasn't qualified to receive too much attention from Dekan before showing sufficient strength. The resources you are entitled to will be delivered to your home today. After Diqiang gave these instructions, she and instructor Liu left the elite high school. Then, a group of people immediately crowded around Lin Sheng. Brother Lin, what exactly does an SSS grade beast space look like? We've never seen one before. Exactly. Tell us about it. We could brag about it in the future. But what kind of beast is yours, Brother Lin, to be able to awaken such a top-tier phenomenon? It must be at least a monarch-tier beast. Since your own talent is only S-grade, the beast must have a monarch-tier talent to awaken such a top-level space. That makes sense, but monarch-tier isn't enough. I feel like it's at least disaster-tier. Are you kidding? Whose body could handle the feedback from a disaster-tier beast? Everyone was extremely curious. What kind of pet is that white snake in Lin Sheng's arms? To make him give up a monarch-tier cub just to contract it. No one could ever imagine that it was actually just a normal snake. And one that could never be found again in this world. It's just a regular little snake. Sorry everyone, I need to head back now. Lin Sheng hurriedly dismissed the crowd and rushed home. If even a low-level beast can make Xiaobai evolve, then what about the genes of this dragon vein? Lin Sheng was incredibly excited. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speed up. Meanwhile, Yang City made the news because of this event. And the protagonist of this news was none other than Lin Sheng himself. Not long after Lin Sheng awakened his talent at the competition site, the news in Yangcheng had already begun broadcasting his achievements. The news had even reached several other major base cities. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are 3 major base cities in total. The Imperial Capital Base City, the Magic City Base City, and the Everest Base City. Around these 3 large base cities, there are also 10 to 20 cities of various sizes. Yangcheng belongs to one of the smaller satellite cities of the Magic City Base City. Although it is a small satellite city, the population still exceeds 100 million. Since the surface area of this planet is much larger than the blue star of his past life, it is understandable that the population is higher. Although this matter reached the major base cities, it was not considered very famous. And his elder sister, who is in the main city of the Imperial Capital Base City, is unaware of this. But in Yangcheng, it is already considered a big event. At this moment, the Yangcheng news was clearly displaying several eye-catching headlines. A new SSS-level beast taming space. It is rumored that the young beast contracted has a disaster-level talent. Does this break the restriction that initial beasts cannot be above the monarch level? Watch carefully. This man's name is Xiao Shuai. At the Beast Tamer initiation ceremony of the Yangcheng Aristocratic High School, the citizens below were also discussing this matter heatedly. However, Lin Sheng didn't really care much about it. It's just that this news is talking complete nonsense, which makes one speechless. He never said that the beast he contracted had a disaster-level talent. How did they make it up to be disaster-level? Isn't this just forcing drama onto him? How is he supposed to keep a low profile like this? Sitting on a leather sofa, Lin Sheng was at a loss for words. Right now, in his mind, there exists a beast taming space of several thousand square meters. If other people's beasts wake up on a bed in the morning, then Xiaobai wakes up in the morning on a bed of several thousand square meters. This time he's sleeping in a golden bed. And the most crucial thing is that Lin Sheng's top-tier beast taming space can accelerate a beast's growth rate by hundreds of times. What does that mean? It means that staying in the beast taming space for just 3 days is equivalent to passing a whole year. Although the growth rate is ridiculous, the cost is equally high. After all, it eats 100 days worth of food for others in just 1 day. And Xiaobai is not like those ordinary pets. It has very high requirements for food and is very expensive. Even some wealthy people might be eaten into poverty. It's a good thing there's a big sucker who volunteered to let me fleece them, covering all of Xiaobai's food costs from the awakening level to the disaster level. Lin Sheng suddenly felt a bit glad that he didn't hide his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford the food bills. It takes 1,000 years for a snake to evolve into a python, and a beast at the late awakening stage has grown for nearly 100 years, meaning only 10 are enough. Lin Sheng let out a sigh of relief. He decided to go into the wild to fight against beasts. Although the scholarship he received could sustain him for a while, he still had to think about the future. Furthermore, you can't grow beautiful flowers in a greenhouse. Xiaobai also needs to hone its fighting spirit in battles against beasts. And at the same time, the funds from the Dragon Slashing Bureau also arrived. Your bank account ending in 9526 has received 50 million. Please check it at your convenience. There was also a message left below. The extra 20 million was swapped by your sister. Seeing this, Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows. There's such a perk. Didn't expect it could actually be exchanged for money. In addition to the bank transfer, Lin Sheng's information was also entered into the Dragon Slashing Bureau. As long as you type www.sfsxxs on the web, then enter your identification, you can enter the network of the Beast Tamer Association. This is mainly used by beast tamers to buy and sell captured beasts and cubs. In addition, the mall also sells ointments for quick healing of injuries in the wild, all kinds of food eaten by beasts, almost everything you need, provided you have enough money. And as a member of the Dragon Slashing Bureau, in the Beast Tamer Association's network, buying any item can get a 10% discount. And this discount will continue to increase as your status improves. Since it's a giant python, let's buy snakes of the same type. Lin Sheng decided to make full preparations before going into the wild. After all, that is a paradise for beasts, and almost every day beast tamers die in the jaws of those beasts. Lin Sheng opened his computer, logged into the website, and then entered the mall. Green Silk Thunder Snake Evolution Path, Disaster Level Talent, 50 million. Ironclad Giant Python Evolution Path, Monarch Level, 30 million. Lightning Snake Evolution Path, Lord Level, 5 million. An Evolution Path for 50 million. I remember the owner of the Green Silk Thunder Snake is also a Disaster Level Beast Tamer, right? Lin Sheng smacked his lips. This evolution path is way too expensive. And this doesn't even include the various rare resources needed for evolution. But this really is something that can allow low-level pets to defy their destiny. Expensive has its reasons. You have to know that disaster-level beast tamers can become the lords of a city. But Lin Sheng doesn't need these evolution paths. He wants to walk his own path. Buy some beast remains, preferably of the giant python type, and then I'll extract all the essence. Soon. Lin Sheng recharged all 50 million into the mall to convert into points and spent it all. Spending 50 million in less than a few minutes. This was the first time Lin Sheng had such an experience, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. But he would probably be able to adapt to this kind of thing in the future. Because when pets reach the later stages, the amount spent on raising them will be an astronomical figure. Soon, a large truck loaded with more than 50 million worth of beast carcasses was delivered to his courtyard. Because of the discount, it counted as an additional expense of 5 million. And the remaining change was used to buy some healing ointment. The ointment is made from the mucus of some beasts and has a very strong wound recovery effect. It's no exaggeration to say that if you get cut, you smear it on, and after a few minutes, even the scar will disappear. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand and absorbed all the giant pythons piled up in the yard. Obtained 1-horn giant python essence. Obtained 7-colored giant python essence. Obtained venomous giant python essence. Then there were some repetitive skills, such as swallowing, constriction, scale strength genes, and even venomous fangs, which are common to snakes. Xiaobai. Lin Sheng summoned Xiaobai from the beast taming space. At this moment, the little white snake was different from before when it could only wrap around his arm. Its size had become enough to wrap around his waist. Let's test if it can learn skills first. This is the most critical part. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng injected the skill genes into Xiaobai's body. Then a series of failure sounds came out. This was also within Lin Sheng's expectations. It certainly isn't that simple to teach skills. However, right at this moment, an unexpected sound shattered Lin Sheng's thoughts.
Awakening level construct skill gene upgraded. Entry level construct has been upgraded to proficient. Skill proficiency has increased. Lin Sheng was caught off guard for a moment. But on second thought it actually made sense. After all, the creatures he absorbed had already formed muscle memory from using the construct skill. And by extracting their genes, this muscle memory could naturally be extracted as well. The proficiency of each skill level is divided into entry, proficient, mastery, perfect, and flawless. As a pet beast uses the skill more often and gains deeper insight, the proficiency will improve, and the strength of the skill will also increase. Going from entry level to proficient level in construct usually requires hundreds or thousands of uses, but I just bypassed that whole process. Lin Sheng felt a slight rush of excitement. This meant that his combat skills had already reached the proficient level without any real training. He could execute the best force-exerting techniques and angles whenever he used construct. This would undoubtedly become a huge advantage for him in battle. It seems I still have a few more construct skill memory genes. Let me try imbuing a few more. Lin Sheng then proceeded to imbue several more memory genes. However, it only increased the proficiency slightly and did not reach the mastery level. Still, I am satisfied enough, since a pet beast would need to face several life or death battles to reach mastery. Lin Sheng whispered to himself. Getting this for free is already great, and to truly reach mastery, I would probably need a mastery level construct gene. Open your mouth, Xiaobai. Hiss. Lin Sheng took the giant python genes he had extracted along with the golden gene obtained from the soul-piercing stone, and dripped them into Xiaobai's mouth. The moment they touched its mouth, Xiaobai gave a sharp jolt. Scalding white steam radiated from its body as its size began to grow visibly. Within a few minutes its size had doubled and its eyes gained a touch of spirituality. Its original snake eyes transformed into vibrant jade gold pupils. Lin Sheng could clearly feel that Xiaobai's intelligence had increased significantly. Snake. Level late awakening stage. Talent early monarch stage. Skills construct mastery, water jet hardening. Evolution path. Python, silver python, water monster, unicorn snake, colorful electric eel, scale snake, dragon-blooded water monster. Late awakening stage. Plus it has the dragon-blooded water monster path, and the evolution talent has skyrocketed from warrior level to monarch level. Lin Sheng was thrilled. It looks like the gene extracted from the soul-piercing stone is truly useful, although it didn't directly generate a dragon evolution path. It definitely enhanced Xiaobai's talent and bloodline. No wonder it can allow people to awaken a beast space. The origin of this soul-piercing stone seems quite mysterious. Lin Sheng became very interested in the soul-piercing stone. If there's an opportunity, getting more of these is definitely better. But for now, Lin Sheng had other things to do. I need to go to the wild to test my strength and get familiar with the environment so I can handle the Beast City assessment later. Lin Sheng said calmly. After all, he would be facing beast tamers from across the country. It would be easy to be at a disadvantage if he didn't give it his all. There are 3 secret realms around Yang City. Countless years ago, countless void rifts appeared in this world, and the ferocious beasts and monsters emerged from them and began to affect the other creatures already living on Earth. Now some of those void rifts have already been shattered by beast tamers, and many of the fierce beasts still wander around the sites where those rifts once were. Since these beasts are not considered highly dangerous and can be used to train the combat skills of young beast tamers, they haven't been wiped out entirely, just kept under control to manage their numbers. But even so, it is still very dangerous. Otherwise, the talk of mortality rates wouldn't even exist. I'll go check out the lightning snake nest. Lin Sheng made his choice quickly. Then with Xiao Bai and a few trauma ointments and antidotes he soon arrived at the place where the lightning snakes were. This was an area in the outskirts of Yang City. Because it's not a dangerous area, there is no one guarding it. Instead, there are some beast tamer squads here training by hunting lightning snakes to sell to the Beast Tamer Association. There aren't many people. Let's go in and look for a lightning snake. Lin Sheng stepped into the dense forest in front of him. Since they are also snakes, it would be perfect if I could get 1 or 2 skills from them. Hiss. Xiao Bai wrapped around Lin Sheng and stretched out its neck to look around, appearing very excited. This was its first time entering a forest, and its natural predatory instincts were being triggered. Isn't that young man who just went in the one I saw on the Yang City news? Some professional hunters caught sight of Lin Sheng and were quite surprised. Didn't he just contract his pet beast? Wouldn't it be too dangerous for him to come into this kind of wilderness alone? Exactly. Even late awakening or even warrior-level beast tamers wouldn't dare to go deep into lightning snake territory alone. The danger for a rookie entering is unimaginable. Maybe you saw it wrong. The beast tamer named Lin Sheng is from a rich family and is being scouted by the major factions in Yang City. He shouldn't be short on money. Would he really come into the wild alone like that? You're right about that. I saw a few students earlier who were accompanied by several warrior-level beast tamers when they went in. Maybe I was mistaken, saying that the group stopped paying attention. Meanwhile, hiss. Xiao Bai flicked its thin, long-forked tongue as if it smelled a hint of danger in the air. At that exact moment, a long snake the thickness of an arm lunged out from the grass ahead. Lightning snake. Level late awakening stage. Talent late lord stage. Skills paralytic toxin constrict. Evolution path thunder snake. Introduction: a snake species living in the jungle, extremely fast with a deadly poison that can paralyze victims. Lightning snake. It's also at the late awakening stage, but its size is only half of Xiao Bai's. Lin Sheng didn't have time to think before the lightning snake was already in front of them. Opening its massive jaw, its venomous fangs were about to bite Lin Sheng. But the next moment, crack. Xiao Bai's long, thin snake tail whipped out instantly, smacking the airborne lightning snake and sending it flying, its head completely crushed into a pulp. The force of that strike was so strong that it even created a sonic boom in the air. Instant kill. Despite being ambushed, it still managed to one-shot a snake of the same level. So strong. Lin Sheng stroked Xiao Bai's head, feeling quite surprised. You have to realize that the lightning snake is the top choice for many beast tamers looking to contract a snake pet. It's definitely not a weak beast. Yet it was whipped to death in one hit without even being able to use a skill. It's clear Xiao Bai's strength goes far beyond what's visible on the surface. Since it can one-shot a late awakening beast, what chance would it have against a warrior level 1? Lin Sheng became intrigued. If I can get a warrior level skill, it will have been worth the trip. Well done. Hiss. Hearing its master's constant praise, Little White's tail was held so high it almost touched the sky. This is the 7th lightning snake already, right? Lin Sheng extracted the gene from the lightning snake, and then he injected it back into Little White's body. Constrict skill level increased from skilled to proficient. It has reached the proficient level, but this skill doesn't seem very useful. Lin Sheng muttered to himself. During these recent encounters, Little White had killed the lightning snakes with almost a single strike every time. The opponents hardly had any room to resist. Naturally, there was no need to use the constrict skill. The reason why this skill leveled up so quickly is because this wild area is full of snake-type fierce beasts that almost all possess the constrict skill. Otherwise, even for the lowest level skill, it would take at least several years to reach the proficient level. Because this isn't just an increase in proficiency, it also comes with an increase in power. At the proficient level, as long as I touch the opponent, I can achieve a nearly 100% chance of binding them. Plus, I become immune to any constriction attacks from creatures with a lower constriction level than mine. This is already incredibly outrageous. It can be said that it has no natural enemies in this jungle. Time to find a general level 1 to test my skills. Lin Sheng was getting bolder and bolder. Just fighting against weak awakening level creatures could no longer satisfy his training needs. Only by being infinitely close to death can one understand the true meaning of survival. Meanwhile, in this jungle, 3 or 4 general level beast tamers were surrounding a young girl, battling an awakening late-stage lightning snake. The girl's beast was a monarch level cub, a wild thunder lion. Roar! The wild thunder lion let out an angry roar. It was big, but still had a fierce and adorable look. But at the moment it lunged, it found an opening, bit the lightning snake's neck, and killed it instantly. Being able to kill an awakening late-stage beast, while at the awakening mid-stage, truly worthy of a monarch-level cub. It is also thanks to the young lady's excellent command that we could end the battle in just a few minutes. That is true. If it were other beast tamers, even at the same level, it would be impossible to kill a lightning snake in such a short time. Seeing the girl's beast kill the lightning snake, the guardians on the side immediately started fawning over her. "Oh, I am still far from that level," the girl said modestly. If Lin Sheng were here, he would surely recognize Bai He. As a student of a noble school, she naturally comes from an impressive background. And the Bai family to which she belongs has significant influence and branches all over Yang City. "Young lady, let us leave quickly. I have a feeling that the general level lightning snake is nearby. When we find it, do not intervene. With an awakening level pet, it is impossible to defeat a general level beast. We will extract the snake crystal from that lightning snake for you." They came here specifically to find the key to the wild thunder lion's evolution, the lightning snake gallbladder. They have already prepared for the wild thunder lion's next evolution. They also wanted to use this opportunity in the wild to train Bai He's combat skills. As they spoke, one of the beast tamers summoned an eagle with a wingspan of over 2 meters and began scanning the surroundings for the aura of the general level lightning snake. Found it. The guardians looked overjoyed. They quickly headed toward that part of the jungle. Meanwhile, at that location, Lin Sheng's white snake had already confronted a general level lightning snake. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss. A huge, deep blue python flicked its thin, long tongue and stared cautiously at Lin Sheng and Little White. The opponent's information appeared before Lin Sheng's eyes. Lightning snake. Level, general early stage. Talent, general late stage. Skills, constrict discharge. Evolution path, heavenly lightning snake. Description: a lightning snake with insufficient bloodline strength. Its evolution journey has long since stalled. A general level lightning snake. No wonder the pressure is so strong. Lin Sheng was shocked. "I wonder if I can snatch the discharge skill." Lin Sheng muttered to himself. "Little White, go." Lin Sheng ordered Little White to attack. The opponent was far too cautious. Any further delay might lead to complications. Upon receiving the order, Little White lunged forward instantly. As soon as they came into contact, the lightning snake attempted to coil around Little White. Unfortunately, the opponent's constrict skill level wasn't as high as Little White's, so it was tightly locked in place instead. The next moment, Little White was about to bite the lightning snake's neck. Crackle. The lightning snake could hold back no longer and released a massive amount of electric current. However, this current, which would have instantly sent a normal person into shock or killed them, felt like nothing more than a light tickle to Little White. "Is that all? The silver-scaled fish's scales are electric proof." Lin Sheng laughed. The next instant, Little White spat out a water sword, piercing straight through the lightning snake's skull. The lightning snake was defeated. "Well done, I'll give you a snack as a reward when we get back." Lin Sheng encouraged it. Hiss. Sequence extraction. After patting Little White's forehead, Lin Sheng absorbed the general level lightning snake on the ground. Obtained lightning snake bloodline gene. Obtained lightning snake skill gene. Obtained lightning snake evolution root gene. Obtained lightning snake scales, lightning snake venom, lightning snake gallbladder. After that, the lightning snake on the ground was absorbed, leaving only a blue crystal. Lin Sheng picked it up immediately. Since it dropped from a general level fierce beast, it must be worth a lot. I'll sell it to the Beast Taming Association later. Storing the blue crystal in his beast space, Lin Sheng bestowed the lightning snake's skills and various genes upon Little White. Since the lightning snake's scales were significantly weaker than those of the silver-scaled fish, they didn't replace them, but rather inherited their superior qualities. The entire snake's scales became smoother. Little White's body also began to gradually increase in size. The cells in its body were running frantically, consuming the energy of the lightning snake. After all, it was a general-level lightning snake. Absorbing its bloodline gene completely would take some time. The inheritance of the discharge skill also failed. Maybe it's because of the scales. If I can continuously obtain excellent genes from other creatures and craft the strongest scales, I should be able to inherit many more skills by then. With that thought in mind, Lin Sheng took Little White and prepared to leave the jungle. The training was enough for now. Continuing to absorb the genes of those creatures would have minimal impact on Little White's growth. Only the first absorption yields significant results. He had to ask the Dragon Slaying Bureau for some essential food for Little White's evolution. These are the main factors that promote a pet's evolution. With my beast space's speed, it eats a year's worth of food in 3 days. Lin Sheng found it amusing to think of the Dragon Slaying Bureau spending money to feed his dragon. And just not long after Lin Sheng left, a large, imposing team arrived at the scene. Is the thunder snake dead? Its vital signs were detected just minutes ago. How could it be so fast? A group of people surrounded a young girl, standing before the skeleton of the thunder snake in shock. They had followed the tracks of this thunder snake all the way here. The total time that had passed was barely a few minutes. Yet this thunder snake was already dead. You have to realize, even for the three of us who are War General level Beastmasters, taking down this same War General level Thunder Snake would take a significant amount of effort. Just to keep it from escaping. It would take at least 7 or 8 minutes to finish it off. But in the blink of an eye, the Thunder Snake was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Could it be that we ran into a professional snake hunter? Impossible. No matter how skilled they are, they couldn't possibly strip the bones this clean, without leaving a single scrap of meat. This guy must be at least a late-stage War General Beastmaster. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill a nimble thunder snake in such a short time. And he even took the snake crystal. We spent weeks tracking it down just to find this one. Let's just drop it. This forest isn't our family's private property anyway. If it's been snatched, so be it. Bai said silently. Losing such a crystal, who knows how much effort it will take to find another one next time. Miss, you are too kind. You should know that some professional hunters love nothing more than following others to snatch their spoils. We've been tracking this snake for so long, and just when we were about to catch it today, it gets stolen. Even Bai, he felt a bit doubtful now. War General level beasts in the wild are not like awakening level ones. Because they provide many materials for beast evolution to the War General stage, they are highly priced, which leads to a lot of hunting and makes them extremely rare. Getting a high-quality material is even harder. Not to mention her mother, Madame Bai, made her go into the wild to find materials herself, showing no mercy at all. Losing this snake crystal was a huge blow to Bai He. Let's head back to the city immediately. There are likely Hunter Association members and other private factions outside the city buying beast materials. That kid must be in a rush to sell it. If we go now, we might still catch him. Before Bai He could say a word, the group quickly mounted their beasts and rushed toward the city outskirts. Hey kid, did you hunt any rare materials? We can offer a price higher than the Hunter Association. Just as Lin Sheng walked out of the jungle, he was intercepted by a few people. However, the moment they saw Lin Sheng's appearance, they were stunned. Someone so young daring to enter this jungle alone? Sure, how much can I get for this snake crystal? Lin Sheng took a blue-purple crystal out of his pocket. This thing is useless to him. Better to just sell it. Seeing the blue crystal, their eyes lit up. This is a thunder snake crystal. Due to its rarity, the Hunter Association offers a price of 1 million. How about we give you 1.3 million for it, kid? They looked at Lin Sheng with hopeful expressions, as if afraid someone else would show up and offer a higher price. With my current level in the Hunter Association, even if I sell it for points, I only get a 10% discount. Better to just sell it to individuals. Lin Sheng made up his mind quickly. After all, the Hunter Association is just a tool for profit. He should sell to whoever offers the highest price. And for such rare resources, private buyers definitely pay more. Just as Lin Sheng was about to agree. Wait! A voice came from the distance. The group froze and turned their heads with Lin Sheng to look. In the distance, several luxuriously dressed beastmasters were riding on a giant rhinoceros 2 or 3 stories tall, charging toward them. War general level beastmasters, and they looked like people from the Bai family. The group's faces went pale. They were here to steal the snake crystal from right under their noses. Lin Sheng also caught sight of the girl sitting on the rhino's back. Isn't that Bai He? Why is she out in the wild too? Lin Sheng thought to himself. Kid, wait a second. How much are they offering you for that crystal? Asked one of the beastmasters on the rhino. 1.3 million. Although the association offers 1 million, the actual market premium for this crystal is very high. 1.3 million is just wishful thinking. How about this, kid? Sell it to us, and I'll pay you 3 million. The beastmaster on the rhino offered a very high price directly. Even Lin Sheng was taken aback. It was his first time selling a beast item, and he didn't expect the price to be so much higher than he imagined. He would have been satisfied with just over 1 million. To think he almost got ripped off by 2 million. Crazy, paying that much. Are they out of their minds? Seeing this, the others lowered their heads and left immediately, not daring to linger. After all, they were in the wrong. Besides, Lin Sheng hadn't verbally agreed to their deal yet, so he was free to choose someone else. Then thank you very much. Lin Sheng took out the crystal and quickly completed the transaction. It was useless to him anyway, and getting 3 million for it was a great deal. See you at school. Before leaving, Lin Sheng didn't forget to greet Bai He. Yeah! Bai He nodded in response. Her eyes fixed on Lin Sheng as he left. After he was gone, the others showed signs of shock. To be able to kill a thunder snake alone at such a young age. He's worthy of being an S-rank talent. Killing a war general level thunder snake in less than 15 minutes is truly monstrous. Just as the rumors say, Lin Sheng's pet must be of disaster level, perhaps even late-stage disaster level talent. Luckily, Miss gave us a heads up beforehand, otherwise I definitely would have offended him. It really was just a lucky encounter. Great fortune, but building a good relationship with a genius like him isn't bad at all. The group was full of praise for Lin Sheng. It was genuine admiration. The boy's beast-taming talent was truly beyond their imagination. And now they understood why Bai He insisted on paying such a high price for that crystal. It was a favor well spent. Even though the crystal is pricey, selling it for 3 million is very difficult. That's why I said long ago, relying on my talent alone isn't enough. Bai He said, appearing quite proud with her hands on her waist. The servants were baffled. Miss, he is going to be your rival in the upcoming exams. With such a strong rival, you should be worried. How are you happier than he is? So the snake crystal actually sold for a high price. The Bai family is indeed quite wealthy. Lin Sheng thought to himself on the way back. The high school he attended was an elite academy in Yang City. Almost all the children of Yang City's high-profile and wealthy families were at that school. And the reason he could be so popular at the elite academy wasn't because he was rich. It was just because he was handsome. One might even say that after his parents passed away, he was already among those with the least money and power in his class. However, since everyone had lived a life of comfort since childhood, they didn't take such things to heart and were very innocent in their thinking. A few simple words were all it took for Lin Sheng, someone who had lived 2 lives, to handle them. But money is money. Since they offered me a reminder, I owe them a small favor. If I become strong in the future, I should help them out if the opportunity arises. He was not a heartless person. Just as he was pondering, Lin Sheng had already arrived home. As soon as he got home, he immediately sent a message to Diqian from the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Didn't you say the resources would be covered up to the Lord level? How exactly will they be allocated? After waiting a little while, a reply came back from the other side. What species is your pet beast? What kind of food do you need prepared for it? General snake-type food is a mix of various meats. There are 3 price points on the market at 100,000, 300,000, and 500,000 respectively, and I will prepare the best quality one for you. As for the materials needed for evolution, it depends on which one you require. However, food can only be pre-ordered for up to 3 months, and materials for evolution must be requested only when the beast is ready to evolve. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sheng sent a reply. My beast space consumes energy at 100 times the normal rate, so it consumes 100 days worth of energy in just 1 day. As for the evolution materials, there is no need to prepare them for me. Lin Sheng didn't want others to know how his pet beast evolved. After all, this was a unique path. Revealing it casually would easily invite suspicion. And after Lin Sheng sent this message, the other side clearly fell into silence. The reality was indeed as he expected. Diqian on the other end was completely stunned. She didn't expect an SS-level beast space to consume energy that quickly. 100 times? What kind of joke is this? Doesn't that mean it consumes a whole year's worth of energy in just 3 days? If it's 500,000 a month, that means I need to prepare 5 million worth of food for him every single month. Even Diqian couldn't help but gasp at that price. I should have just given this kid to the guy named Liu. Diqian suddenly felt a bit of regret. This guy is such a huge eater. Though that was said a bit in jest. In fact, she was still quite happy. After all, the more a beast can eat, the greater its potential and the faster it grows. In reality, the resources consumed to reach the Lord level haven't changed. It's just being overdrafted early. I'll just recruit fewer people and distribute their resources to Lin Sheng instead. Fortunately, Diqian still held some authority over resource allocation. And Lin Sheng's talent gave him the qualifications to use these resources. Soon, Diqian issued this order to her subordinates and had them carry it out. As for her, she was responsible for taking the geniuses of Yang City to Giant Beast City to compete for the training quotas for catastrophe-level beast tamers. That was the big project. The resources needed to train one catastrophe-level beast tamer probably exceed 5 million a day. Lin Sheng, I hope you won't let me down. At least help me secure one of the spots. If a student of hers could secure this spot, she would naturally benefit as well. Conversely, if the resources were given, but there was no return, she would have to bear the consequences herself. You could say that Diqian had placed a huge bet on Lin Sheng. It's a good thing there's someone to prepare these resources for me. Otherwise, the 3 million I got from selling the snake crystal wouldn't even last Xiaobai a few days. Lin Sheng sighed. He patted Xiaobai on the head. Hiss hiss. Xiaobai seemed to sense its master's mood and chirped aggrievedly. It seemed to be saying that it could go hungry. Good grief, acting spoiled with me. Trying to goad me, are you? Lin Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. And you actually succeeded. However, even if no one prepared food for him, Xiaobai wouldn't starve to death. After all, it only consumes energy at that 100-fold rate when it stays inside the beast space. And Lin Sheng could also control that speed. Your package. Someone knocked on the door shortly after. Coming. Lin Sheng immediately walked out and carried in a large box. There were big letters written on the box. High-grade pet beast ingredients, snake exclusive. Ingredients: giant rat meat, lightning snake meat. Various meats and even plants were mixed in, balanced in nutrition, with extremely strict requirements for the content. No wonder it sells for such a high price. Lin Sheng was surprised. 500,000 a month, this is not something an ordinary family could afford. It's definitely a service aimed at the wealthy. And that's not even counting the fact that Xiao Bai eats 5 million worth a month. He opened the package. Inside were pieces of meat shaped like rat sticks. They looked silly and cute. Eating just one a day is enough to support a month's energy consumption. One can imagine the energy content inside. But for Lin Sheng, a single rat stick lasts at most 3 days. And by now, Xiao Bai at his side was drooling from temptation. Xiao Bai's eyes were locked onto the rat stick in Lin Sheng's hand. It's easy to see just how tempting this stuff is to snakes. Here you go. Lin Sheng didn't tease it anymore. He picked one up and handed it over, and Xiao Bai swallowed it in one bite. Afterward, it wore a satisfied expression. The energy within was also being constantly digested in its belly. Over the next few days. During the day, Lin Sheng took Xiao Bai out to the wild to train its combat skills and upgrade its abilities. Night, he stayed in the beast space to digest the energy it had consumed. Finally, after a few days, before the competition for the giant beast city quota began, Xiao Bai's level reached the warrior stage. Before Lin Sheng's eyes coiled a white snake about as tall as him. White snake. Level, early warrior stage. Talent, early monarch stage. Skills, entwine mastery, water jet hardening dragon might. Evolution path, flood dragon, silver python sea monster, dragon-blooded sea monster. Dragon might, forms an aura to suppress creatures with lower bloodlines within its range. An aura-based ability. And it finally has a dragon-related skill. My choice was indeed correct. Lin Sheng was slightly excited. Now that Xiao Bai reached the early warrior stage, he felt confident. Moreover, Xiao Bai's strength now doesn't lie in its skills, but in the traits of the different parts of its body. For instance, its scales allow it to go underwater and resist electricity. These were all acquired from other creatures. In the future, its scales will have even more traits. Its defense will become increasingly absurd. And just then Diqian suddenly called. These were all taken from other creatures. And in the future, the characteristics of its scales will only continue to grow, making its defense increasingly absurd. Just then Diqian suddenly called. Lin Sheng looked at the incoming call from Diqian. He pressed the answer button. Then a rather lazy female voice came from the other end. The qualifying tournament for half the regions in the Dragon Kingdom is about to be held in Behemoth City. Including you, there are over a dozen participants from Yang City. Almost all the Beastmasters participating this time are at the general rank. Are you confident? I am, but not by much. That is good enough. Get a good night's sleep, and I will come pick you up tomorrow. With that, she hung up the phone. Lin Sheng was left holding the phone, stunned for a moment. You already know I have no confidence. Why not offer some external support? Hiss. However, even though Lin Sheng lacked confidence, his companion, Xiao Bai, was full of fighting spirit. It kept performing snake punches beside him. Its long tail whipped through the air, creating a series of snapping sonic booms. By now, Xiao Bai had completely evolved into a giant python. When sleeping at night, it often liked to wrap itself around Lin Sheng on the bed. Lin Sheng was truly afraid that one night, he would dream of hunting down a fierce beast, shout out, "Xiao Bai, go get them!" And then Xiao Bai, startled by the command, would accidentally crush him to death. It is not like that is impossible. After all, his frail body cannot withstand power capable of twisting a truck into scrap metal. But because he was afraid of hurting Xiao Bai's feelings, he had never brought it up. Cultivating feelings and trust with one's pet beast is also what a beastmaster is supposed to do. This competition should be real and valid. Before the tournament even began, Lin Sheng saw many reports about it on TV. It is said that because this is the first time it is being held, the rewards are exceptionally generous. And for the 100 spots that qualify, the resources received will decrease in rank from top to bottom. This competition has also attracted countless attention. It is called the second most important turning point in life, second only to the college entrance exam. Once you seize this opportunity and the resources, passing the college entrance exam should be a breeze, just like the Wudang cloud stepping leap, stepping on your own feet to ascend directly to the heavens. With such an important matter, Lin Sheng thought about whether he should send his sister a message. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Finally, the night passed. The next morning, Lin Sheng got up, washed his face, brushed his teeth and brushed Xiaobai's teeth as well, then got dressed and went downstairs. Diqian was leaning against an off-road vehicle, her black bodysuit accentuating her slender figure perfectly. Even the fine lines of her muscles were clearly visible. It immediately drew the gazes of countless people nearby. Even some neighbors looked at Lin Sheng with envy, and then said to their children, "See that? Nowadays, even to be a kept man, you have to be a beastmaster." Things along those lines. Lin Sheng felt helpless. After becoming a beastmaster and receiving the physical feedback, how sensitive was his hearing? Never mind what everyone around him was saying, even from 100 meters away, he could hear their heartbeats. Snap! Let's go. Diqian opened the back door, gestured for Lin Sheng to get in with a flick of her chin, and then took the driver's seat. Lin Sheng got in as well. The off-road vehicle was already occupied by several other beastmasters around his age, 3 men and 2 women. Among them was a figure familiar to Lin Sheng. "Bai He, what are you doing here?" "Why can't I be here? I am a newcomer to the Dragon Slaying Bureau now too." Bai He replied with a hint of resentment. "You said we would meet again a few days ago, how could you forget so quickly?" "That is true, with your talent, getting in here is easy," Sheng said quietly. Then the others greeted him as well. "We will all be working together from now on, please take care of us." Yeah, I never expected to meet Lin Sheng in person here. We are all dragon slayers now, ha ha ha. The young men and women clearly recognized Lin Sheng. They all sounded quite excited. After all, everyone was from Yang City. And since Yang City is not that big, it is perfectly normal for geniuses to know each other. Lin Sheng gave an awkward smile. He glanced around and saw that the only empty seat left was next to Bai He, so he sat down. Bai He's heartbeat quickened instantly, and her body stiffened quite a bit. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Diqian stepped on the gas, and the off-road vehicle bolted forward, like an arrow released from a bow. The scenery outside the streets flew by behind them frantically, nearly hitting the car in front several times, only narrowly avoiding it. The way she drives is just too aggressive. Everyone was a bit spooked. Even the faces of the young boys and girls turned a bit pale, only Lin Sheng remained calm. If she really did hit something, he would just have Xiaobai wrap him up. After all, Xiaobai's skin is thick, its scales are hard, and such an impact would at most cause a few scratches. Just then Diqian, who had been sitting in the front seat without a word, spoke up. "These are your IDs. The daily work of our Dragon Slaying Bureau is no different from that of ordinary hunters, but the creatures we deal with are far more sinister." As she spoke, she threw several small booklets to the group. Lin Sheng caught one and opened it. Name Lin Sheng. Position Rookie Dragon Slayer. Clearance. Lin Sheng already knew what Diqian was talking about. The tasks handled by the Dragon Slaying Bureau, aside from hunting fierce beasts in the wild, also involved hunting down demons hiding among the human population in cities. These were creatures of a higher level than fierce beasts. The Dragon Slaying Bureau also had another special privilege. They could enter newly discovered secret realms and obtain the latest resources from within. But the danger was also higher. Rumor has it that the people from the Dragon Slaying Bureau are searching for something in those secret realms. A young boy beside him whispered, sounding very mysterious. Don't spread rumors or false information. If you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you out right now. Hearing Diqian words, the boy shut his mouth immediately. Although this instructor looked quite kind, her temper was actually not that good. Mainly, she didn't want them goofing off right before they were about to face fierce beasts. They needed the right attitude. Captain Dai, what is the format of this competition? If we can form teams, I want to be on a team with Senior Lin Sheng. Me too. Me too. Let me join. I really don't have much confidence. My pet beast is only at the mid-general rank right now. My level isn't high either. Just late general rank. I need Senior Lin Sheng to protect me. They all looked at Lin Sheng with hopeful eyes. Senior Lin Sheng's pet beast must be at least late general rank, right? After all, that is a disaster level talent. Even Bai he cleared her throat silently. I'm only at the early general rank myself. Lin Sheng inexplicably wanted to punch them all. I have worked so damn hard for so long, and I'm only at the early general rank. I thought I had it in the bag. Turns out I was the clown all along. Xiao Bai upgraded after eating those rat sticks and consuming the essence of so many creatures. So the cost is indeed much higher than that of ordinary creatures. But this also proves Xiao Bai talent from another angle. Yes, it definitely does.
Lin Sheng sat in the vehicle and comforted himself. However, Lin Sheng could understand that these guys' beast levels were higher than his. After all, not everyone was like him. The pets he contracted started upgrading from the lowest level. They were generally pets at the middle or even late awakening stage when contracted. At the very least, they would at least be a pet at the early awakening stage. But Xiao Bai didn't have any level at all. Pure and natural, completely uncontaminated. Soon, Diqian took everyone to the outskirts of Yang City. Not far from Yang City lay the giant beast city. Standing on the tall walls of Yang City, one could see the ruined, broken down town. This was an abandoned city, completely destroyed by the fierce beasts that poured out when the secret realm descended. And now many powerful fierce beasts were still roaming within Giant Beast City. You guys go on ahead, I've brought you as far as I can. Diqian left the group and drove away. Let's go. Bai he summoned her tall thunder lion and invited Lin Sheng to ride with her. Lin Sheng wasn't one to act coy, so he hopped on in one motion. After all, Xiao Bai wasn't very good at long-distance travel. This thunder lion had been well trained by Bai he and showed no signs of resistance. If some masters didn't train their pets well, their beasts might attack other people. That was why summoning beasts inside the city was prohibited. The others also summoned their own beasts. A white-feathered eagle and a scorpion as sturdy as a horse. The group galloped toward the direction of Giant Beast City. Because Bai he was wearing an off-the-shoulder top, her fair neck and exposed back rose and fell right in front of Lin Sheng, completely unguarded. Helpless, Lin Sheng could only turn his head to look at the distant snow-capped mountains. Noticing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Bai he's eyes. Am I not pretty? Bai he felt a bit gloomy inside. However, she didn't give up. After all, she had put in so much effort. It hadn't been easy to get on the same side as Lin Sheng, so how could she give up so easily? With the incredible speed of the Thunder Lion, the two of them quickly reached the abandoned city. By now, many students had already gathered and were waiting on the outskirts of Giant Beast City. Beside them followed one beast of different species after another. However, compared to the Thunder Lion, these beasts seemed a bit inferior. As soon as the Thunder Lion arrived, the surrounding beasts cleared a space, not daring to contend with it at all. I was wondering why my beast was acting so cowardly. It turns out it's a Thunder Lion. That's a pet with king-level talent. Which city's beastmaster is that? Where did they get a Thunder Lion cub? I don't know, but the guy looks quite handsome. The girl is also very pretty, But you shouldn't be fooled just because someone has a king-level beast. Character has nothing to do with looks or beasts. Did you see that wrong? The Thunder Lion belongs to that beauty. Oh my god, is he a gigolo? Why don't I have that kind of luck? The looks everyone gave Lin Sheng were suddenly filled with envy and jealousy. They wished they were the ones riding behind that beauty. Lin Sheng had long since grown accustomed to the stares of those around him. After all, back in Yang City, he had already been listed as #1 on some kind of ranking. Sigh. Being handsome is sometimes a burden too. But I think, most of the time, it's just that my ability is too strong. Lin Sheng sighed helplessly. Inside the beast space, Xiaoai couldn't help but roll its eyes upon hearing this. It didn't know if its master was narcissistic or if he actually thought that. As time passed, more and more students gathered around Giant Beast City. Lin Sheng even saw several S-rank talent beastmasters during this time. There were also several other beasts, like the Thunder Lion, belonged to the king-level talent class. Lin Sheng had seen them in a beast guidebook before. The Sky God Eagle, the Iron-Armored Giant, they even have beasts like these. However, the armor of the Iron-Armored Giant should be very hard. I wonder if I could extract it and add those genes to my scales. Lin Sheng immediately had a lot of ideas. If he could manage that, the strength of Xiaobai's scales would be taken to another level. By then, it would no longer fear guns, cannons, or any other thermal weapons. And just as everyone was waiting, a sound suddenly came from the broadcast. Please listen carefully, these are the competition rules. Hearing this sudden voice, everyone present quieted down instantly and looked toward the source of the sound. This competition at the Giant Beast City will select 50 people, while another 50 will be chosen at a different venue. The rules of the competition are very simple. I have placed 50 hostages within Giant Beast City. Whoever rescues the most hostages wins first place. For contestants who do not rescue any, their ranking will be based on the number of monsters they hunt. There are no other restrictions. Begin. With that, all the rules were explained. Although they didn't specify exactly what the hostages were or where they were located. The moment that voice stopped, almost everyone present charged into the town before them simultaneously. This incredibly dangerous Giant Beast City suddenly felt like a paradise everyone longed for. To gain the resources to become a disaster-level beastmaster, everyone would stop at nothing. Lin Sheng, do you want to join us? Yeah, brother Lin Sheng, it's safer if we act together. We can split the hostages we rescue. The others from Yang City invited Lin Sheng. However, Lin Sheng shook his head. Let's act separately, and also you guys shouldn't trust others too much in the future. After giving a few simple instructions, Lin Sheng also walked toward the town. Cities were different from the wilderness. Visibility was severely limited. Dealing with fierce beasts like in the wilderness was no longer possible. It could be said that such a ruined city was a paradise for beasts. At the same time, seeking a wider view, Lin Sheng climbed to the roof of a high-rise building. However, just as he got up, screech! The 3 eagles patrolling high in the sky immediately spotted him. Then they dove down with lightning speed. Xiaobai. Lin Sheng immediately summoned Xiaobai to protect him. However, eagles are natural enemies of snakes. The 3 eagles continued their dive with full momentum, reaching right in front of them. The next moment, Xiaobai's tail turned earthy yellow in an instant and lashed out at the 3 beasts in the sky. Snap! 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 3 explosions rang out. The 3 beasts were instantly whipped into pieces. With the support of Xiaobai's hardening, mere awakening-level beasts couldn't resist such an attack and were instantly killed. Phew, sequence extraction. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. That sudden rush really almost scared him. Lin Sheng placed his hands on the remains of the 3 beasts. First time obtaining Eagle Bloodline. Obtained Farsight Gene. Obtained Eagle Claw Gene. Obtained Flight Gene. Obtain night vision gene. Yet another sequence of skill extractions. Compared to before, Xiao Bai's strength is now worlds apart. The moment he acquired the skills, Lin Sheng infused Xiao Bai with the genetic abilities of those ferocious beasts. Obtained Goshawk bloodline. Obtained skill visual focus. Obtained skill visual enhancement. Got 2 more skills. Visual focus seems to improve Xiao Bai's dynamic vision, while visual enhancement increases its range of sight. Lin Sheng was in a good mood. These were both skills he needed. You have to realize that eagles can spot a rabbit running on the ground from thousands of meters in the sky. The power of their eyesight is beyond imagination. I wonder where I can get some flight genes. If Xiao Bai could fly, things would be much more convenient in the future. At the same time, this visual ability was also fed back to Lin Sheng. He keenly sensed that not far from this high rise, there were several other beastmasters observing him. As soon as he turned his gaze, he saw them. The group was shocked. They quickly stood up and said, "We were just passing by." Big shot. We heard that hostages are usually kept on the higher floors. The group left those words behind and hurried away, afraid that the big shot would find them unpleasant and take them out as well. The mere fact that Lin Sheng had instantly killed 3 awakening-level creatures earlier was proof that they were no match for him. Who was that guy? He spotted us at such a distance. I should have been well hidden. He looks familiar. If I'm not mistaken, he's the Beastmaster who awakened the SSS-level Beastmaster space. Him. Hearing this, sweat immediately broke out on the Beastmaster's forehead. It's a good thing we didn't attack. Otherwise, who knows who would be lying on the ground right now. Seeing them leave, Lin Sheng had no intention of pursuing them. The main thing is that Xiao Bai isn't suited for pursuit battles. Its movement speed is simply too slow. I'll need to address this when hunting ferocious beasts in the future. Higher floors, you say? Then that must be the only place. Lin Sheng turned his gaze toward a tall building in the distance. And within his line of sight, he could clearly see several beastmasters had already arrived there ahead of time. This is the benefit of visual abilities. You can obtain information that was previously unreachable. Walking downstairs, Lin Sheng soon arrived at the location. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Magic City, in a secret location, several figures were sitting in a monitoring room, watching footage from all over Beast City and recording the number of ferocious beasts killed by the students. At that moment, on the monitor screen, a young man was standing on the shoulder of a giant wearing steel armor, unleashing frantic attacks on the surrounding beastmasters. Every time the giant mace in his hand came down, it kicked up massive dust, leaving a beastmaster heavily injured. What a powerful beast! Which city is this? Which student is it? Iron Armored Giant, King-level talent. He's an S-level talent from Iron Mountain City, near the Iron Mountains. So it's an S-level talent. No wonder the beast is so domineering and powerful. I heard that the beasts in the Iron Mountains region have terrifying defenses. Even at the awakening level, they can withstand an hour of continuous Gatling gun fire. Shouldn't this student be able to secure one of the spots? I want this student. When training starts, make sure to assign him to me, boss. Fatty, just because you say so. All you do is eat, can you even teach him well? Alright, stop arguing. I'll handle the assignments after the competition is over. A middle-aged man with a resolute face spoke up, silencing the others. This man had lost an arm and only had his right, yet everyone present treated him with great respect. Even Di Qian and the chief instructor Liu Qing, whom Lin Sheng had met before, were here. However, the two whom the principal respected so much were sitting upright in their chairs like students. Everyone deferred to the one-armed man. Di Qian, I heard you have a Beastmaster with an SSS-level Beastmaster space there. Has he agreed to join us? The one-armed man asked with a blank expression. Hearing this, everyone around them looked stunned. SSS-level Beastmaster space? Does such a rare Beastmaster space that hasn't been seen in centuries actually exist? Hearing this, Dequan stood up immediately. He has agreed to join us, and he is currently in Beast City. What's his name and what's his strength? Lin Sheng. His strength is roughly at the early war general stage, and his beast is a white snake of an unknown breed. Lin? Another one surnamed Lin. Pull up the previous footage for me. The one-armed man ordered. After all, as the owner of an SSS-level Beastmaster space, an S-level talent, he naturally deserved their attention. Another Beastmaster turned their attention to the screen as well. The video was rewound to the footage from a few minutes ago. Lin Sheng was seen standing on a dozen-story high building with his white snake, which was about as tall as he was. He seemed to be observing something in the surroundings. His combat intuition needs improvement. There are many avian ferocious beasts in Beast City. Standing in such a place only makes him a target for them. The slightly chubby instructor remarked. Sure enough. The very next instant, 3 massive goshawks dived down from high above, charging straight toward him. And all 3 goshawks were at the late awakening stage. Although dealing with awakening-level beasts is relatively simple for someone at the early war general stage, facing 3 at once inevitably leads to a drawn-out struggle. But looking at the timestamp, he managed to take down 3 awakening-level beasts within minutes. Such strength is worthy of the S-level title. But that's all. After all, almost any Beastmaster with S-level talent can do that much. Several instructors gave their evaluations. Anyone who makes it into the top 50 in the competition qualifies for massive resources and professional training. Naturally, they have to be screened and focused upon with extra care. Everyone was waiting to see how he would deal with this attack. And just as the 3 goshawks were about to reach Lin Sheng, he still hadn't given an attack command. Too close. He hasn't even taken a combat stance. With a snake's speed, it's hard to hit giant goshawks flying at extreme speeds. Everyone felt an inexplicable tightening in their hearts. At such close range, dealing with them without taking a scratch is quite difficult. However, something unexpected happened. The long snake tail suddenly vanished from its original spot. Xiaobai's snake tail, which had been standing upright, disappeared from where it was in an instant, turning into a mere afterimage, and cutting through the air with a sound like a blade slicing through cloth. Swish. The people present widened their eyes in shock. A blade? Where did it get a blade? No, that's not a blade. It's a snake tail moving with immense power and incredible speed. But how fast must something be moving to create a sound like a blade cutting through the air? You have to realize a snake tail isn't a sharp edge. Before anyone could process this thought further. Pop! 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 3 sonic booms erupted in the sky above, and the 3 awakening-level giant azure eagles were struck as if hit head-on by missiles, instantly exploding into pieces. This horrifying sight left everyone stunned. Their jaws dropped in disbelief for a long time. Is this the speed a white snake is supposed to have? Even the one-armed man's expression became grave. Rewind the video feed immediately and play it in slow motion. Soon, the footage was rewound to the moment before Xiaobai made its move. 10 times slow motion. Yet even at 10 times slower, it was still hard to see the trajectory of the snake tail. 100 times slow motion. 500 times slow motion. 1000 times slow motion. Only then was the trajectory of the snake tail finally visible. It was clear the long tail was coated in a layer of grey keratin in that instant. Then it whipped out, retracted, and whipped out again, then retracted. It repeated this several times until all 3 fierce beasts were killed. Such proficiency. It must have trained extensively. It definitely has a lot of combat experience prior to this. I guarantee it. What species is this white snake? It instantly killed 3 late awakening level beasts while being at an early war general stage. Could it really be the disaster level mentioned in the news? Then it's the perfect candidate for training a disaster-level beast tamer this time. Don't get too excited yet. What if it's not a disaster-level pet? The group looked at Lin Sheng on the screen with admiration in their eyes. If it really is disaster level, then they have struck gold. They wouldn't have to go looking for disaster-level hatchlings anymore, and they might even get a disaster-level beast tamer for free. You have to know, disaster-level beasts are renowned all over the planet. The difficulties and dangers involved in capturing their hatchlings are unimaginable. That's why this plan originally aimed to select 100 people. Then give them specialized training and pick just a few to cultivate, helping them find disaster-level talent pets. If it really is a disaster-level hatchling, it would save a massive amount of effort. Still, they weren't holding their breath, since disaster-level hatchlings are truly hard to come by. Lin Sheng seems to be about to cross paths with the ironclad giant beast tamer. Someone shouted. Countless eyes gathered on the monitor again. Sure enough, Lin Sheng and his white snake had just made contact with the rampaging ironclad giant. Everyone's heart was in their throat now. The ironclad giant is also a monarch-level talent pet, and it belongs to the special humanoid pet category. With the combat power the white snake showed earlier, the ironclad giant shouldn't be a match, right? What are you talking about? The ironclad giant is a humanoid beast known for its early-stage combat power, especially a mid-war general stage ironclad giant. Right, just like those awakening-level beasts earlier. If it's an ironclad giant, as long as it lands a hit, it can also kill instantly. Plus, the ironclad giant is famous for its defense. It would be very difficult for a creature like the white snake to break through that. Better to avoid the main force. A beast tamer should use their strengths against the enemy's weaknesses. The beast tamers present analyzed the situation on the scene. They didn't seem very optimistic about Lin Sheng's chances, but Di Qian believed in him completely. Don't forget he's a beast tamer with an SSS-level beast space. Di Qian said confidently. She believed Lin Sheng knew what he was doing. The fact that Lin Sheng dared to approach even after seeing the ironclad giant defeat several beast tamers showed that he had a plan. Meanwhile, in the beast city, are you Lin Sheng? A young man stood on the tall shoulder of the ironclad giant, looking down at Lin Sheng. You know me? Lin Sheng asked, hiding behind Xiaobai, a bit confused. He knew his name the moment they met. And this guy isn't even from Yang City, so clearly he had investigated him beforehand. Of course, I love making friends with the strong. To have a late disaster-level creature as your first pet, I want to challenge you. Let's see how big the gap is between my monarch-level pet and your disaster-level one. The young man looked unconvinced. He just wanted to prove that a pet's talent isn't the problem. The beast tamer is the key. With my S-level defense amplification talent, combined with the ironclad giant's defense, there's absolutely no problem. It's impossible for anyone to break my defense. What the hell? Where did this late disaster-level talk come from? Lin Sheng looked left and right, but there were only him and Xiaobai. Damn it, have these rumors spread to other cities already? They seem to get more ridiculous with every telling. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Even now that Xiaobai had consumed the spirit-penetrating stone's liquid, its talent was at best monarch level. Didn't have anything to do with being late disaster level. Are you mistaken? My pet's talent is only monarch level, Lin Sheng said honestly. It's useless to hide it now. Whether you accept it or not, you're going to fight. Ironclad giant attack. Moo! The young man gave the order. The ironclad giant grabbed its giant hammer and started charging towards Lin Sheng with huge strides. Doesn't this guy listen to a word anyone says? Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Then he suddenly seemed to notice something. Xiaobai, spray water over there. As Lin Sheng gave the order, although Xiaobai wasn't sure why it followed suit, it opened its mouth and sprayed a pool of water onto the ground. And that ground was exactly where the ironclad giant was about to step. spraying water. I don't know why a snake type would have a water spraying skill, but no attack can ever hurt my ironclad giant, the young man said confidently. Besides, the aim is terrible. You can't even hit such a big target. How are you going to show off the ironclad giant's defense? This is a water skill from a silver-scaled fish. It's not only powerful but also extremely slippery. Lin Sheng curled his lips slightly. Not to mention a clumsy pet like the ironclad giant. Even any other creature would likely slip if they stepped on it. And now Lin Sheng had an information advantage. That is, the other party had never seen a snake-type creature with a water-spraying skill. And even if they had, it wouldn't be associated with slipperiness. Because this isn't a snake skill at all, but one from a silver-scaled fish. In the next instant, the arrogant iron-armored giant stepped right onto that pool of liquid, slid uncontrollably, and crashed to the ground with a loud boom. The young man standing on its shoulder widened his eyes in shock, caught completely off guard, and was sent sprawling and covered in dust. The boy scrambled to his feet, looking completely bewildered, having no idea what just happened. What kind of liquid is this anyway? How the hell is it even slipperier than a fish's water jet ability? The only time his iron-armored giant had ever slipped up before was when fighting a silver-scaled fish. He had been extra cautious ever since then. But he never expected to be outsmarted by a snake today. Meanwhile, Little White had already taken this opportunity to sneak behind the young man. Its long, whip-like tail was already primed and ready. With a single command from Lin Sheng, the boy would be finished right there and then. I surrender. In the face of life and death, he dared not say another word. You truly deserve to be a disaster-class pet. Even though my iron-armored giant's talent isn't as good as yours, I will definitely catch up to you with my training. The young man still looked full of fighting spirit. Heh, good luck then. Lin Sheng didn't feel like saying much more to it. Though, if this guy knew that his own pet's talent was about the same as his, and he still lost, his confidence would probably shatter completely. Of course, if he comes back to challenge Lin Sheng later and ends up having a mental breakdown from the defeat, that's not Lin Sheng's problem. After all, thinking his iron-armored giant could withstand a mastery level, Constrict is nothing but a pipe dream. Even in a head-on confrontation, Little White could completely slaughter his iron-armored giant. But before leaving, Lin Sheng decided to collect a bit of interest from the iron-armored giant, injecting iron-armored giant gene. Hardening entry level has evolved into hardening proficient level. With proficient level hardening, the tail has evolved from earthy yellow to iron black. Lin Sheng touched Little White's dark, slender tail, feeling quite satisfied. Although it can only partially harden, the durability and power have increased many times over compared to before. Meanwhile, in a surveillance room somewhere in the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was absolutely astonished. To be able to find the opponent's flaw and utilize their own skill to make the most reasonable counter in such a short time, they already have the basic instincts of a real beastmaster. Indeed, a snake-type pet usually doesn't have a high win rate in close quarters combat against an iron-armored giant. Even if they want to win, it would take a long time, but he relied solely on the beastmaster's combat techniques to decide the outcome in an instant. This combat capability is even stronger than some beastmasters in the military. In battles between pets, the beastmaster is indeed the biggest weak point, and Lin Sheng took advantage of the opponent's pet being cumbersome. If the guys under my command all had this kind of combat awareness, I wouldn't have to work so hard every day. It's normal for a disaster class pet to win against a monarch class one, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. The one-armed man sighed with emotion. They had expected at least a hard-fought battle. They never thought it would be such a one-sided outcome. Decan, once the campens, this student is yours to handle. Hearing this, Decan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly stood up to respond. Understood. Wait, isn't that wrong? Shouldn't we be assigning the students in batches? Yeah, exactly. It should be redistributed. The others sensed that Lin Sheng would inevitably become a great beastmaster of the Dragon Kingdom, so they began to vie him. After all, being the mentor of a disaster-class beastmaster is something you can brag about over drinks later. I know you're all reluctant to let go of such a good talent, but you should know that Dekan made a huge bet on him. The one-armed man said, with his hands behind his back. Everyone went silent. They had indeed heard that Dekan had poured 10 times the resources into this kid named Lin Sheng. If Lin Sheng didn't perform well, this kind of extravagant waste would result in punishment or even demotion. I have no objections. I don't either, but can we have the one that's left over? Even if he was eliminated, looking at how the iron-armored giant killed several other beastmasters just now, he's qualified to join the list. Give him to me. I don't have any S-class talent beastmasters under my command yet. I need someone to run errands here too. A young man's spirit is too sharp. He needs some sharpening. If the iron-armored giant's owner heard this, he would definitely cough up blood. Are you guys just picking up scraps here? What do you mean by the one that's left over? I am an S-class talent beastmaster after all, and I've contracted a monarch-class pet. Can you show some respect? Fortunately, he couldn't hear this. He still felt pretty good about himself. Brother Lin, my name is Kang Tianzong. Remember my name. I will come back to challenge you in the future. Kang Tianzong was escorted out of the giant beast city by 2 staff members, and Lin Sheng could only smile in response. The name is quite domineering, but this IQ. Did that fall earlier damage his brain? It doesn't matter though. When it's time for training later, won't the people from the military camp and the Dragon Slaying Bureau whip him into shape? After defeating the iron-armored giant, there were no more beastmasters around who dared to challenge Lin Sheng. And Lin Sheng reached the top of the building quite smoothly. In the center of the rooftop stood a beastmaster in ragged clothes, with a wooden sign hanging around his neck that read hostage. Student, you're finally here? Seeing Lin Sheng, the hostage's eyes lit up as if he had just seen a savior. He hurriedly took the wooden sign off his neck and handed it to Lin Sheng. Before leaving, he muttered, "Damn it, the person who planned this competition must have a hole in their head." In short, he was swearing up a storm. These seemed to be people from the Bestmaster Association. Besides acting as hostages, these people probably also served to ensure the safety of the Bestmasters in the city. Lin Sheng thought to himself. After all, to get a good ranking, battles will inevitably happen around the hostages. These Beastmaster Association members can just happen to protect the students. Whatever, let's head to the next location. Then, Lin Sheng brought Little White to one high-rise after another. With his previous experience, Lin Sheng found the fights much easier. Within just a few hours, he had captured 5 signs. And just as Lin Sheng was about to head to the next spot, a strange aura suddenly emanated from a street he was planning to pass through. And Little White also became suddenly alert at that moment. Lin Sheng stopped in his tracks, frowned, and walked step by step toward the street with the strange aura. The scene in the street left him stunned. Deep within the street where Lin Sheng stood, the original road had long since vanished, replaced by a void-like darkness. And within that darkness, a bewitching purple light was emanating. Lin Sheng's mind raced instant, because everything before his eyes was exactly as described in the books. A grey mist rift. It is a small space that may appear after a large secret realm is destroyed. You could also think of it as a super small secret realm. And among them, the grey mist rift is the most dangerous. Because the creatures inside cannot be measured by common sense. They are extremely bizarre creations. Although it is dangerous, there are also huge opportunities within. Whenever a secret realm is broken, it drops equipment and materials at random, all of which are needed for pet advancement. And some equipment can provide a certain level of protection for a beastmaster's life. So they wouldn't end up like the beastmaster of the iron armor giant. left with no ability to resist once Sheng caught them. Although Little White is still at the early warrior stage, its true strength has already reached the late warrior stage, or even the early lord stage. In a small secret realm split from such a large one, the strength surely won't exceed by much, at most the late warrior stage. Lin Sheng became interested. Opportunities don't wait for you, you have to seize them. The first wave of any secret realm is always the most rewarding. Besides, if I can't beat them, I can always run. Lin Sheng had no reason to refuse. Forget it, Little White, we're going into the dungeon together. If we lose, we work. If we win, we get the rewards. Hiss. Charge. Man and snake, without the slightest hesitation. They stepped directly into the black mist. Meanwhile, somewhere within the Dragon Kingdom, just as everyone was observing the students on the surveillance monitors. Oh no, there is sudden and severe spatial instability in Giant Beast City. Preliminary estimates suggest it is caused by a rift appearing inside. A staff member who burst into the room announced to everyone. What? The people present instantly became tense. Although spatial rifts occasionally appear from damaged secret realms, it is absolutely their dereliction of duty for this to happen during the competition. And the moment this space appeared, it could very well have sucked in the students competing nearby. That would be extremely dangerous. You have to know, even a residual spatial pocket is incredibly dangerous. If there isn't a Lord-level Beastmaster leading the way, entering with only the experience and strength of these students would be extremely dangerous. Because at the same level, students lack experience and might only be able to perform at less than half their potential. Have you found where the spatial rift is? What type of rift is it? At this point, even the one-armed man wore a solemn expression. It has been identified. It is a grey mist rift, located near the daily supermarket in Giant Beast City. Gasp. Everyone in the room drew a sharp breath. Not only did they contribute to global warming, but they were also genuinely shocked. A grey mist rift, that is the lair of those cultists. Diqian, go and resolve that rift immediately. We cannot allow it to have any impact on the selection. Understood. Having received the order, Diqian stood up immediately. She put on a black combat suit and followed the person out. Meanwhile, inside the grey mist rift, it is so grand. In front of Lin Sheng appeared an extremely massive building. But at this time, there were many graves planted around the building. Just as Lin Sheng and the white snake were about to enter the building, a weak voice suddenly came from one of the nearby graves. Lin Sheng. The voice was extremely weak and powerless. It gave Lin Sheng such a shock that his heart skipped a beat. Little White was startled too. Hiss. What kind of monster are you? It's us, Brother Lin. Still calling me Brother Lin? Could this be the legendary evil spirit that likes to call people's names behind their backs? That doesn't seem right. This is a world of beastmasters. How could ghosts exist? Even if they were ghost-type pets, they wouldn't dare talk to me like this. How can I say I am a warrior-level beastmaster? Far from being someone that some small ghosts can provoke. No, this voice sounds familiar. Lin Sheng frowned, then walked toward the source of the voice. Rounding a hill, he suddenly discovered 5 people hiding behind it. They were exactly the same beastmasters from Yang City who were on Diqian's transport, including Bai He. The Lin Sheng just now was indeed called out by Bai He. These 3 men and 2 women were already gaunt from hunger, and the moment they saw Lin Sheng, they let out a sigh of relief. We were originally grouped in Giant Beast City, but were inexplicably sucked into this place and have been here for nearly a week. Bai He said with little strength. So that's how it is. Lin Sheng understood the situation. This is a grey mist rift, where time flows differently than outside, since they were passively teleported in. Unless the Lord here is killed, there is no way to get out. That guy is in the building ahead. One of the Beastmasters pointed there, a look of fear in his eyes. It seemed they were very afraid of the monster in that building. Then you guys wait here, I'll go take care of it. Lin Sheng took a few packs of snacks from his beast space and handed them out to the group. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Only Bai he remained relatively reserved, nodding to Lin Sheng and saying thank you. As for the pets of these few people, they're leaving soon anyway. Let them stay hungry for a while. I can't afford to feed so many people plus their pets. Giving them some food is already considered Lin Sheng's kindness. Of course, Lin Sheng meant the ones he barely knew besides Bai He. Lin Sheng, be careful. That thing is a demon with very special abilities. Bai He said again. They had all tried to deal with it before. But without exception, they all failed. It was only by relying on Bai He's pet, the Thunder Lion, that the creature didn't dare to push them too hard. But if this drags on any longer, they would eventually die here. It's a relief that Brother Lin Sheng is here. A female Beastmaster looked at Lin Sheng's back and whispered. There was a look of admiration in her eyes. In extreme hunger and despair, when someone brings food and is so handsome, it's hard not to develop feelings. Bai He, however, became vigilant at this point. I'll go with him. I might be able to help with something. Saying this, Bai He stood up and followed. At this moment, Lin Sheng also stepped into the tall building complex with Little White. They climbed flight after flight of stairs until they reached a grand hall. Right then, a voice suddenly came from ahead. More human mice have come in. Hey ha hey.
Another human rat has entered. Hey 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 hey. Did I just enter the boss zone and trigger a cutscene? Lin Sheng muttered to himself. And Xiao Bai, having often watched Lin Sheng play games in his past life, inherited those memories after gaining sentience and couldn't help but nod along. Master makes a good point. At this moment in front of Lin Sheng, a creature with an entirely jet-black, humanoid body stood there. But its physique was as robust as an ox, standing taller than two people combined. However, what caught Lin Sheng's attention was the pair of horns on its head. They were a pair of intertwined, cross-shaped horns resembling those of an elk. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Lin Sheng felt pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect to find such an unexpected bonus in the secret realm. And the level of this demonic entity is not even that high. It's only at the late stage of the warrior rank. With Xiao Bai's current strength, dealing with it is more than enough. Just then, the demon in front of them, though unable to understand Lin Sheng's words, sensed something offensive in his tone. I've changed my mind. I won't give you any more hope. I'm going to kill you all right now. The jet-black demon stretched out a hand, pointed at Lin Sheng, and said coldly. Then it leaped up into the air and came crashing down toward Lin Sheng. If this strike landed directly, it would likely shatter all the internal organs. Fortunately, Lin Sheng's physical condition is far beyond the norm, and he managed to dodge the attack with a jump and a roll. And Xiao Bai followed closely behind. The two of them barely dodged the attack. After landing, the black demon suddenly charged toward them. You really don't know when to quit, do you? Xiao Bai was completely enraged. Just before the demon could reach them, Xiao Bai's snake tail turned completely black, emitting a metallic luster. Then it lashed out violently at the demon. Whoosh! The sound of air being cut resonated. The demon was shocked and raised its arm to block. However, crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The demon's black face turned even darker. An indescribable pain surged from its arm to its brain. It felt like it had struck something as hard as steel. It let out a painful, inhuman roar. Oh! This shrill scream rang through the surroundings. At the same time, all the low-level demons in the secret realm became agitated. Waiting outside the building complex, the group heard the sound and was shocked. A bad feeling welled up inside them. Oh no, we have to go help! The demon is enraged now, and Brother Lin Sheng definitely can't handle it alone. Quick, let's go in and fight with him. Exactly. If we drag it out, it's a dead end anyway. We might as well fight together with brother Lin Sheng. We might have a chance of survival. Charge! The two boys' eyes turned red. Lin Sheng had entered the secret realm voluntarily, and instead of leaving, he was trying to help them. And now he was in danger. They couldn't stay calm any longer. After all, this is the demon's territory, which provides it with a huge advantage. Even a beast with a disaster-level talent would suffer here. Meanwhile, outside the rift, a female figure in black leather dashed into the rift. However, just seconds after stepping into the black fog, she was bounced out as if by a force field. Diqian was stunned. Someone has already entered this rift. This only happens when someone has already entered the rift. And this small rift space only allows one person at a time. But who would voluntarily enter a place like this? Students wouldn't be unaware of the danger here. None of the participating students would be so reckless. Then it must be one of the instructors playing the hostage. At the thought of this, Diqian relaxed. With the experience and strength of those instructors, clearing these small rifts shouldn't be a problem. But it's better to confirm. She took out her phone and called the headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected quickly. I've reached the outside of the gray fog rift, but I've been repelled. Has someone else already entered? Hearing Diqian's words, the one-armed man gestured. A staff member hurried to check. But soon, he looked at the one-armed man and shook his head. No. No, then who is inside? Diqian was dumbfounded. She truly didn't expect this situation. If someone had been accidentally pulled in, I could understand it, but who would be stupid enough to enter voluntarily? Or rather, who would be so reckless to this extent? And being reckless is one thing. If someone accidentally got sucked in and angered the Lord inside, forcing everyone else to pay the price, the casualties could be huge. The people in the monitoring room also fell into a somber silence. It was as if a dark cloud was hanging over their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. They truly hadn't expected things to become this serious. You have to know that time in the secret realm flows differently than it does outside. God knows how long they've been in there by now. And at this time, the demon, having suffered a major loss, had its eyes wide open, bloodshot and frantic. Since you've come to my territory, don't even think about leaving alive. Almighty Lord, Supreme Being, grant me the power to bathe in flames. The demon roared in anger. Then black flames erupted from the horns on its head, spreading across its body, yet not burning its own skin. Hiss. It's the second phase, Master. Xiaobai hissed. It had seen this in TV shows. Xiaobai, you've learned to anticipate. I'm so proud. Lin Sheng stroked Xiaobai's head. But I like these demonic horns too. Lin Sheng's gaze remained fixed on the giant elk horns glowing with black flames. Unexpectedly, this only fueled the demon's rage even more. It charged toward Lin Sheng, stomping the ground, swearing to tear the human in front of it to shreds. With this kind of flame, combined with silver-scaled fish scales and the reinforcement of other monster scales, it should hold up for a while. Xiaobai, use water jet, then immediately follow up with bind. As Lin Sheng spoke, Xiaobai spat out 3 water swords instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 water swords flew toward it, but the demon wasn't flustered at all. The right arm that Xiaobai had broken earlier was already healing within those flames. It swatted 1 water sword away with its hand. However, the other 2 pierced small holes into its body. But in just a split second, the wounds healed completely. Only the black flame seemed a little dimmer. And by this time, Xiaobai had already reached its body. As soon as Xiaobai touched the demon's body, it coiled around like a serpent, binding it tightly. As the muscles on Xiaobai's body tensed further, the demon let out a painful roar. At this moment, the flames on its body only left some tiny marks on Xiaobai's scales. It was of no consequence. No. Now, the demon was finally afraid. It had already discovered those humans when they broke into its realm. Or rather, it had let them in on purpose to feed on their fear. But it never expected such a freak to enter halfway through. Even its demonic flames could not cause any harm to the other party. The constricting force was immense. Even with all its might, it could hardly break free. It is just a low-level creature. How is this possible? However, before it could finish the sentence, its eyeballs, bones, and flesh exploded from within its body. The spurting blood stained the surrounding ground red. And at this very moment, countless imps gathered in the palace. Ga. These imps were not very intelligent, and the moment they saw Lin Sheng, they developed a desire to attack. They didn't even stop to think that if their boss couldn't beat him, what good would it do for them to join in? Meanwhile, following the death of the Demon Lord, the entire pocket dimension was facing collapse. The few beast tamers who were about to rush into the palace were immediately startled. This space seems to be collapsing. They all revealed expressions of shock. Could it be that Lin Sheng has already killed the demon? That is impossible, right? How could it be so fast? Otherwise, why would this space be disintegrating? Only when the Lord here dies does the space merge with the outside world. Damn. A demon's combat power is several times that of creatures of the same level. A late-stage warrior rank demon creature should take at least 3 late-stage warrior rank beasts to deal with, right? Amazing. They were thoroughly impressed. This is what a real beast tamer is. No wonder Brother Lin Sheng was so calm just now. He had it under control all along. To think they even wanted to go in and help. Now it seems they would have only been a burden if they had gone in. Meanwhile, in the outside world, this space was gradually merging with reality. Watching the light cluster and ground space gradually spreading toward her, Diqian frowned and hurriedly jumped back. The space is collapsing? Then it seems someone killed the space's lord. Who on earth could it be? A look of shock appeared in Diqian's beautiful eyes. To be able to possess a pocket dimension alone, it must be at least a late-stage warrior rank demon. And the combat power of demon creatures is more than 3 times that of creatures of the same level. In other words, the person who entered the space this time has strength at least in the late warrior rank or even lord rank. But she herself was only at the lord rank. And the lord rank beast tamers present were almost all in that surveillance room. So who could it be? Ga. At this time, a large number of red-skinned impy demons were surrounding Lin Sheng. They were brandishing long blades or weapons made from human bones, shrieking crazily. And at this moment, Xiaobai's pupils gradually emitted a holy and majestic golden light. In that instant, an invisible wave seemed to spread out from its surroundings. A sense of majesty, heavy as a mountain, descended upon the heads of the surrounding demon imps. Faced with the pressure of such an ultimate creature, the fear in the hearts of the dozens or hundreds of demon imps surged into their minds involuntarily. In an instant, hundreds of imps prostrated themselves toward Lin Sheng. Their bones and pupils trembled wildly, unable to muster any thought of resistance. Dragon Might. Although it was called Dragon Might, it was just the name of a skill. Its true effect was far less powerful than that of a real dragon. At best, it could only be considered a replica. If it were a true dragon, just a sliver of its dragon might leaking out would make all the ferocious beasts in this entire behemoth city bow down in worship. But at this moment, there was not a ripple in Lin Sheng's heart. Instead, he had another idea. Could I create an evil god by using demonic blood and the bloodline of psychic-type pets? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng became excited. He had previously heard that demon praying to its master. This meant that these psychic-type creatures and demons have their own beliefs. And if he could fuse their bloodlines together to create an evil god, wouldn't that mean he could control these creatures and truly stand at the top of them? Yog Sothoth, master of Rarlieh Nyarlathotep. Which one of these evil gods wouldn't easily crush those lesser gods if they came to this world? But the bloodline of these imps probably isn't much use. Lin Sheng's gaze fell on the demon lying on the ground. Even this Lord rank 1 could only be used as a transition in the early stages. Fortunately, I joined the Dragon Slaying Bureau. I heard that the missions they carry out involve entering various spaces to face extremely evil and chaotic beings, so I won't lack opportunities to hunt for their bloodline components later. As he spoke, in front of the crowd of prostrate imps, Lin Sheng walked up to the demon and activated the sequence extraction skill. Obtain Demon Blood Gene. Obtain Black Flaming Horn Gene. Obtain Demon Power Gene. Black Flaming Horn. It seems this thing didn't belong to this big ghost originally. But it belongs to me now. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and injected the Black Flaming Horn gene into Xiaobai's body. As for the other genes, Lin Sheng planned to save them for now. He would wait until he had collected enough bloodlines from various eerie creatures before injecting them into the evil god. Black Flaming Horn gene injected successfully. After receiving this gene, Xiaobai became excited. It had just seen the powerful healing ability of those black flames. If it could possess this ability in the future, wouldn't it be able to run wild? Hiss. Thank you, Master. Xiaobai hurriedly expressed its gratitude. It never expected that even though it was just an ordinary little snake, its master wouldn't abandon it, but instead would lead it to become more and more powerful step by step. At this moment, Xiaobai's trust in Lin Sheng had reached its peak. Lin Sheng smiled and stroked Xiaobai's head. This is no little snake, it's a baby dragon. Meanwhile, Xiaobai's panel appeared before Lin Sheng's eyes. White snake. Level, Warrior early stage. Talent, Monarch early stage. Skills, Constriction mastered. Water jet, Hardening proficient. Dragon might, Black Flaming Horn Eagle Eye, Visual enhancement, Silver scales, Thunder snake scales, Unicorn snake scales, Vi. Evolution path, Jiao Silver Python Water Monster, Dragon Blooded Water Monster. This skill list is ridiculously long. Even Lin Sheng couldn't help but marvel. Regardless of whether they were active or passive, it had completely exceeded the limit of skills an ordinary pet could possess. And at this time, after the space had completely merged with the outside world, Di Qian looked at the scene appearing before her and was instantly stunned. Di Qian was wearing a black tactical suit at this moment. It outlined her perfect figure in striking detail. However, as she stood at the entrance of the street, her gorgeous face was filled with unconcealable shock. At this very moment, Di Qian could hardly believe what she was seeing. Looking into the distance, from the palace that had emerged from the void, dozens or even hundreds of demons with bright red skin and various forms were crawling all around. This was a scene that should only exist in hell, yet now, those demons were prostrating themselves before a single figure in the center. Di Qian could not feel the slightest hint of respect coming from them, only endless dread and fear. It was as if they were showing reverence to the King of Hell. They were offering their loyalty to that figure. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the encirclement, several beastmasters also wore looks of utter shock. What happened in these few short seconds was enough to make their brains crash and start overheating. They simply could not believe what was happening before their eyes. And what truly shocked them was the figure standing among the demons. Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng was already quite striking in appearance. Now, in this situation, he looked even more bewitchingly charismatic. It left everyone watching in a trance. And even more unbelievable to them was this. Lin Sheng not only killed the lord of this space single-handedly. He even suppressed the crazy, brutal, and murderous demons serving under the lord. Could it be that you are a child of the demons? This space wasn't meant to trap you but to welcome you? Meanwhile, space shattered. Obtain Token of the Demon. Token of the Demon? The moment the space shattered, a red, disc-like object resembling an eyeball appeared in Lin Sheng's hand. It's probably a material needed for the evolution of eerie-type creatures. Things like this are usually quite expensive. Thinking this, Lin Sheng put the object into his beast space. Hiss. Master, I can't hold on much longer. Little White's eyes were wide open, and it was slowly flicking its tongue. The golden light in its eyes was now so thick it looked like it was about to turn into red magma. "Can't hold on?" Lin Sheng frowned. "Slowly back away." As Lin Sheng gave the order, the man and the snake began to slowly retreat from the encirclement of demons. Along the way, Lin Sheng could clearly see the red necks of the demons crawling on the ground, and the blood-red crests on their bodies. You could say that if Lin Sheng wanted to, he could take their lives at any moment. It was as if they didn't even know how to resist. They were trembling under this pressure. It seems that regardless of a creature's form, the hierarchy of bloodline and rank is extremely strict. Lin Sheng thought to himself. After all, these creatures place much more importance on rank awareness than humans do. However, once the effect of the dragon's prestige wears off, these demons will rise up in rebellion in an instant. Diqian, standing in the distance, keenly sensed this as well. With a wave of her hand, amidst a flash of light, a thin, ghostly figure appeared beside Diqian. The ghost was pitch black, with only a vaguely feminine outline, almost identical to Diqian's, and its hands were replaced by two sharp blades, emanating an extremely chilly aura. An eerie-type beast. The hardest type of beast to tame, and the most difficult to gauge in strength. Shadow, kill all those demons, but don't hurt the humans. Hey, hey, as Diqian gave the order. The ghost made a teeth-grinding, cold, and acidic sound. Then, step by step, it walked toward Lin Sheng and the others. The moment it stepped into the space covered by the dragon's prestige, it paused noticeably, but in the end it still walked in. It can even affect Lord-tier creatures. This kind of domain ability is unheard of. Although Diqian spoke calmly, she could not hide the shock in her heart. After all, even her own Lord-tier eerie creature didn't have its own domain. Yet, a small battle general tier snake could possess such a powerful domain, capable of suppressing creatures of the same rank. If this got out, it would certainly cause an uproar. I'm a little envious of you now. The eerie creature, with hands turned into long blades, passed by the other students. Those beastmasters and he immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Only after realizing it was Captain Diqian's beast did they feel relieved. A savior. Seeing the eerie creature with blade hands, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. It looks very strong. Its strength must be nothing to sneeze at. At that moment, the eerie creature was also baffled by Lin Sheng's gaze. Usually, doesn't everyone avert their eyes or stay far away from her? Although everyone tried hard to hide their inner fear, nothing could escape her eyes. She was most sensitive to the perception of negative emotions like fear. Yet she truly could not see any sign of fear in Lin Sheng's eyes. All she saw was an inexplicable, unidentifiable excitement. Excitement towards her. I'm an eerie creature, you know. I feed on the fear of living beings. You really aren't going to give me any experience points, are you? Forget it. Distract myself. Hee hee. The ghost made that terrifying sound again, then instantly turned into a phantom, darting forward as, hand raised and blade falling, countless red heads were sent flying. Under Little White's domain, these demons didn't even know how their lives ended before they died. Like grass being mowed, they were all killed in mere seconds. It was as if all these creatures had their heads separated in a single instant. So strong. This is the Lord tier. Killing these awakened tier or even early battle general tier monsters is like mowing grass. He and the others were shocked. Lin Sheng was also taken aback. I wonder when Little White will reach this level. Then Lin Sheng reacted quickly. He immediately activated sequence extraction to extract the genes of all the imps around him. Imp genes obtained. Demon blood genes obtained. Diqian walked over to Lin Sheng and recalled her ghost. How did you obtain a domain skill? Diqian asked straightforwardly. To obtain a domain skill, you either have to get it when awakening your beast space via spirit stones, or your beast must reach the Lord tier and possess the potential of a king. Only then is there a slim chance to awaken it. After I awakened my beast space, Little White gained the domain ability. Lin Sheng said casually. This wasn't a lie, it was the truth. I see. So, what abilities does your domain have? At this question, Diqian could not hide the curiosity in her eyes. Any domain skill has the effect of strengthening one's own beasts and weakening surrounding ones. And as the level increases, this ability becomes increasingly overpowered. But in any case, it's impossible to suppress beasts of the same tier. At most, it has a strong suppression effect on beasts lower than your own rank. However, the domain ability of Lin Sheng's beast completely shattered Diqian's perception. Currently, it seems to be able to suppress creatures with a lower bloodline than Little White. Lin Sheng said silently. This ability might not be strong enough for other creatures, but for Lin Sheng, it was already overpowered. Because he could constantly improve Little White's bloodline, achieving invincibility at the same rank, and even influencing those at higher tiers. It's a pretty strong domain. You continue with the competition. I need to go back and report. Understood. Lin Sheng nodded, watching the excited Diqian silently. That's considered strong already? The dragon's prestige hasn't even truly unleashed its power yet. Are you serious about what you just said? The one-armed man asked with a grave expression. It is true. He shattered that space all by himself, and his pet beast even possesses domain abilities. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone there could no longer remain calm. They began to discuss it excitedly. How long has he been a beast tamer? To be able to shatter a small gray mist space all on his own. This kind of strength is enough to rank him in the top 10 among the contestants. Exactly. And since his beast has domain abilities, perhaps it truly has disaster level, or even emperor level talent. Didn't he say his own pet beast only has monarch level talent? Do you even know what it means to play the fool to catch your prey? Every genius naturally has secrets they don't want to disclose. At this point, everyone nodded, sharing a silent mutual understanding. I never expected this kid to be hiding so much. But with this kind of combat power and talent, it is already enough for them to value him and invest more in his training. Who is currently in first place? The one-armed man suddenly asked. It is Du Ning. She has already obtained 13 hostage tokens. The second place is Lin Sheng. After coming out of that space, he picked up a few more tokens, bringing his total to 8. However, Lin Sheng doesn't seem to care much about the tokens, instead spending all his time in the city hunting down special fierce beasts. This kid is truly something else. Is he actually using the selection trial for training? Though the one-armed man's words were sharp, his eyes showed great satisfaction. This is exactly the kind of student he was looking for. There is almost no difference between the rewards for the top 3. Since the win is already secure, why worry about the ranking? Improving one's own strength is the top priority. That girl named Du Ning, she must be from the Du family of the Magic City, right? Yes, her pet, the ice butterfly, must have been raised by her since she was young, and its level has already reached the late stage of the battle general level. Only a prestigious family like that could pull off something like this, the one-armed man remarked with a sigh. On the surveillance screen, a refined and aloof-looking girl appeared with a giant, snowflake-like ice-blue butterfly hovering beside her. Just by standing together, they exuded an innate air of unapproachability. The Du family, the head of the 3 great families in the Magic City. They control over a dozen Lord-level beast tamers under their banner. They even have connections with Monarch-level beast tamers. They are truly the #1 family in every sense. Time is up, and the match. Understood. Meanwhile, in the Beast City, the match is over. The results are locked. All beast tamers, please gather at the starting point of the Beast City for the announcement of the results. The match is over. The results are locked. All beast tamers, please gather at the starting point of the Beast City for the announcement of the results. The match is over. The results are locked. At this moment, Lin Sheng had just finished hunting a grizzly bear with Xiaobai. He extracted the bear's strength just as he heard the announcement. Is it over already? I haven't even had my fill of hunting yet. Lin Sheng was in a good mood. Since leaving that space, he had been searching for and hunting various dragon-related, fierce beasts along the way. He had now accumulated a massive amount of genes for Xiaobai. Gene injection. As Lin Sheng activated his innate talent skill, countless genetic abilities were injected into Xiaobai's body once again. Obtained bear strength gene. Obtained snake venom gene. Obtained bear paw gene. Obtained eagle eye gene. Visual enhancement entry level has been upgraded to visual enhancement proficient level. With the injection of the genes, Xiaobai's scales gradually became fuller, and its body size continued to grow. Evolution path. Flood dragon, can walk in water, possesses limbs. Requirement. Battle general late stage, consume 1,000 living creatures. That requirement isn't simple. Compared to other creatures, it is much easier for Xiaobai to evolve. After all, it doesn't rely on those evolution paths or eating specific food every day. It all depends on Lin Sheng's sequence extraction skill. And I also got the demon's token. Such a rare item must be very valuable. I hope I can sell it for a good price after getting out of here. Lin Sheng and Xiaobai began heading toward the edge of the beast city. Soon, the remaining beast tamers who hadn't been eliminated by fierce beasts gathered here. There were about 160 people, but only 50 of them could be selected. First place with 13 Du Ning. Second place with 7 Lin Sheng. Third place with 3 Zhang Qi. Next, as names were called out one by one, the students whose names weren't called turned pale. Du Ning stood there with a cold expression. That she would take first place was a given, because she had always been in first place. However, there was one thing that bothered her greatly. It was this guy named Lin Sheng. She had seen him on a building during the match. Instead of fighting for wooden tokens, this guy kept hunting fierce beasts in the buildings surrounding the hostages. Even so, he still managed to get second place. This guy, could it be that he treats the selection trial as a child's game? Du Ning's slightly pale gaze turned to the young man in the distance who was smiling while petting his beast. Hey, you've noticed it too, haven't you? A female instructor suddenly appeared beside Du Ning. Who is he? Du Ning asked without turning her head. Lin Sheng. He is Lin Ming's younger brother, the younger brother of your idol. I heard his pet beast is of emperor-level talent, and just like you, it already possesses its own domain. Furthermore, he discovered a gray mist space during the match and destroyed it single-handedly. Hearing the instructor's words, Du Ning's pupils shrank slightly. She is not my idol, just a senior. As for her brother, he has nothing to do with me. I don't want this first place anymore. A title that doesn't reflect true effort is something I don't need. Saying this, Du Ning turned around and walked away. This girl is still so competitive. She says she doesn't want it, but in her heart, she must have already put him in first place. The instructor chuckled. It seems the provocation was very successful. Her favorite thing is to watch geniuses compete with each other. Sigh. Sometimes being too confident really means you need to have your pride dampened a bit. The instructor sighed. But aside from this Lin Sheng from Yang City, I'm afraid no one else can dampen her pride, right? Du Ning was furious. She had never been this angry before. It wasn't because he looked down on her, but because of his indifferent and dismissive attitude. It really bothered Du Ning, who had been treated like a star since childhood and always managed to get first place. Lin Sheng, you detestable guy. Du Ning gritted her teeth. It doesn't matter. Once the training program for disaster-level beast tamers starts, we will have another chance to meet. Congratulations, Lin Sheng. Bye, he smiled as she congratulated Lin Sheng. You too. Didn't you also make the list of 50? Yeah. I heard that we 50 will be training together with the 50 from the other city, and the training will be based on the standards set for disastrous-level beast tamers. Disastrous-level beast tamers? Lin Sheng asked in confusion. He had considered many possibilities, but it never occurred to him that this training would actually be led by a disastrous-level beast tamer. You have to realize that a single disastrous level beast, tamer enough to go head-to-head with an entire powerful family. Just look at the first place winner of this test. She comes from the Du family, the largest family in Magic City. But even the Du family can only curry favor to get close to a disastrous level beast tamer. And asking a disastrous level beast tamer to teach others, that is as difficult as reaching the heavens. It is nearly impossible. Unless they are in a good mood, no one can demand anything from them. And this kind of powerful freedom is exactly what Lin Sheng yearns for and needs. Of course, since the goal is to cultivate disastrous level beast tamers, even if we might not make the cut, it has to be a disastrous level beast tamer doing the teaching, right? That makes sense. Lin Sheng nodded silently. And I also heard that out of the 100 people, 3 will receive a disastrous level beast cub of their choice. Mentioning this he became quite excited. These are disastrous level cubs. Things that are impossible to buy anywhere in the world. Naturally, ordinary people have no way of coming into contact with creatures of this level. However, now that the opportunity is right in front of them, who wouldn't be excited? I bet even the biggest families in the Dragon Kingdom would come to fight for it. Disastrous level cubs? Lin Sheng also needs such a beast as his second familiar. The key is that it is a choice, meaning that whether it's biological, elemental, spiritual, or other rare types, you can request it. That is absolutely amazing. One only needs to know that disastrous level beast tamers enjoy extremely high honor, status, and prestige in the Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire world. If one could obtain such a cub, then that beast tamer's life would be set for greatness. Also, he blurted out, looking a bit shy. After waiting a few seconds, she said with a blushing face, "My father said he wants to see you. Do you have some time?" Your father? The head of the Bai family? The head of the Bai family has an extremely high status in Yang City. He is the kind of figure you only see on TV, yet now this person wants to see him? It's not that Lin Sheng thinks it's impossible, there's just no reason for it. Could it be? He wants to turn me into a gigolo? Never mind, I haven't done anything to you. You should explain that to your father. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. It would be bad if they were too close, and it caused a misunderstanding with the head of the Bai family. That's not what I meant. My father just intends to commend you as a public figure. He lowered her head with a flushed face. Her cheeks and neck were turning bright red. Oh, is that so? That's fine, I'll go meet your father tomorrow. Lin Sheng shook his head vigorously. How did even he get the wrong idea? Though it's not his fault for thinking that way, it's just that he is too beautiful. With such a top-tier beauty pursuing you so crazily, and essentially handing herself over, who could possibly resist? Okay, it's a deal. There was unmistakable excitement in Baihe's tone. She could feel her heart pounding. I'm finally going to succeed. First trick him home, then? No, that's not right. He has to be willing. Lin Sheng got into the vehicle. He returned to the academy shortly after. There's still a week before training starts, so I can stay at school a bit longer. Lin Sheng got out of the car and stepped back into the school gate. And just as he stepped out, a group of adoring fans swarmed over in an instant. Damn, it's Brother Lin, it's the man himself. Didn't we see him at school every day? What's so strange about that? You don't know anything. Don't you know Brother Lin is now the first place in the selection tournament? He is destined to become a disastrous level beast tamer. When that time comes, even the principal will be begging to stay on his good side. First place? I thought he was second in the selection tournament? The first place winner admitted she wasn't as strong as Brother Lin, won by a fluke, and then voluntarily withdrew to second place. How could she admit she was less strong? Do you even know who the first place was? It was the ice beauty of the Du family in Magic City, Du Ning. Doesn't that just prove how charismatic our Brother Lin is? Even an ice queen like that is charmed by him, willing to give up the top spot and yield to him. That actually sounds a bit plausible, comparing the two. It seems Brother Lin's status is even higher than that top family in Magic City. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Sheng with even more adoration. A real man should be like this. What, Ice Queen? Use your strength to make her surrender willingly and turn her into a sweet little wife. Listening to the crowd boasting, Lin Sheng felt completely numb. Can you guys, for the love of God, stop spreading rumors about me? Although Lin Sheng didn't know why the Du family's young lady gave up first place. But he did know one thing. That all this talk about her being charmed and surrendering willingly. If the young lady of the Du family found out about these words, Lin Sheng would definitely be in deep trouble. And Lin Sheng's intuition was very sharp. This selection tournament concerned the entire Dragon Kingdom. So many of the events occurring between the two selection tournaments had already made the news. And the most attention-grabbing was the fact that the first place winner withdrew. At this moment, Du Ning was sitting in her family's garden, accompanied by her ice butterfly. Cluck. The reason for Du Ning's refusal was actually this man, making the ice beauty yield, voluntarily bowing before him. At this moment, Du Ning, watching the overwhelming news on her phone and reading the blush-inducing terms, immediately gritted her teeth in anger. And the cold aura emitted by the ice butterfly froze all the plants around the courtyard into ice flowers. You can imagine just how infuriated she was at this moment. Lin Sheng, how dare you spread such rumors about me? Young miss, should I send someone to have all this news? The butler on the side said nervously. The Du family's young daughter is usually calm. I didn't expect her to be this angry today. No need. I will handle it myself when the time comes. Du Ning took a deep breath. Deleting these news items now would only have the opposite effect. It's better for her to leave this person behind during training, let Lin Sheng realize the gap between them, and apologize to her in person. Night at Lin Sheng's home. Beep beep beep. Lin Sheng's phone rang unexpectedly. At this time, there were two large characters displayed on the phone. Lin Ming, his older sister, a genius beast tamer from the imperial capital.
Calling me at a time like this? Lin Sheng frowned. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Then Lin Sheng hung up the phone directly. As that ominous feeling faded, Lin Sheng let out a long sigh of relief. Smiling, he said, "It must have just been my imagination." Meanwhile, in a tavern in the imperial capital, two delicate-looking young women watched nervously as a girl with short hair sat at the counter, holding her phone. What is wrong with the captain? She was so happy just a moment ago when she called. Why did her expression suddenly change? I have no idea. I have never seen the captain look that happy before, but based on her current mood, I guess some monsters are going to suffer later on. As they spoke, the two couldn't help but pull their clothes tighter around themselves. At this moment, Lin Ming also stood up from the bar counter. Her right hand clenched, making a creaking sound. Yet, that face that could make anyone lose their breath for a moment looked extremely gentle. Forget it, my little brother is all grown up now. He should have some space of his own. Though that was what Lin Ming said. Her tightly clenched right hand did not loosen at all. But where did he get a pet beast from? With a beast of that level, the chances of snatching a disaster-class hatchling from the hairs of those major families are slim to none. Lin Ming whispered to herself. She knew very well that if she didn't help, her brother Lin Sheng wouldn't have the money to buy a high-talent pet beast. And his opponents? They were the heirs of major families from the Magic City and the imperial capital, or even the descendants of disaster-class or monarch-class beast tamers. Trying to stand out among these people and snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Unless I go back to how I was back then, maybe he'd have a chance. Lin Ming whispered softly. But it didn't really matter. No matter how much of a loser her brother is, she would always provide for him. Captain, what are you thinking about? One of her team members asked with concern. Oh, nothing. That monarch class egg we obtained from our previous mission. Go and sell it. But Captain, didn't you have big plans for it? I don't need it anymore, just go and sell it. Understood. But there are a lot of people eyeing this egg. It should fetch at least over 1 billion. The team members immediately became excited. Knock, knock, knock. Your delivery has arrived. Finally here. Lin Sheng looked overjoyed. Just a few minutes ago, Lin Sheng had hung up the phone and listed the demon's token on the marketplace. Within minutes, a group of beast tamers with demon-type pets reached out, desperate to buy it at a high price. Because a demon's token is an essential item for demon-type pets to evolve into higher-tier demons. It might be useless to other beast tamers, but to those who need it, it's worth a fortune. So Lin Sheng sold the demon's token at a price 100 million dragon coins higher than the market rate. Then he bought the supplies he needed online. Soon, Lin Sheng unloaded all his purchases into the courtyard. Giant Cobra King late-stage battle general, 10 million dragon coins. Colorful scale fish species, mid-stage battle general, 9 million dragon coins. Thorny-backed pangolin dragon, late-stage battle general, 13 million dragon coins. A total of 7 different creatures. And the reason Lin Sheng bought these creatures was simple. Xiaobai needs to change its scales. Now that he has the ability, he must purchase higher-level scale genes. The thorny-backed pangolin dragon's scales have immense defensive power and can withstand missile bombardments. The colorful scale fish allows Xiaobai to move underwater and stay there for a longer period. And the giant Cobra King's scales provide extreme resistance to toxins. Other volcanic creatures provide flame resistance, poison resistance, lightning insulation, and frost protection. Aerial creatures provide perfect streamlined scales to reduce air resistance and greatly boost speed. It's all-encompassing now. These scales basically have no flaws. Lin Sheng smiled. He was certain that Xiaobai was now the most durable beast among the battle general rank. Even tougher than a turtle. It would be hard for any kind of attack to injure it. You could say it's a masterwork of all the toughest creatures in the world. And he doesn't need to actually use their scales, he just needs to convert their genes. Sequence extraction. Inject genes. Lin Sheng activated his talent. The several battle general rank armored creatures in front of him began to corrode in an instant. Finally, Lin Sheng injected everything into Xiaobai's scales. Obtained King Cobra bloodline genes. Obtained colorful fish bloodline genes. Obtained snow-armored bear bloodline genes. Obtained volcanic rock worm. Obtained fire-resistant scale genes. Obtained streamlined scale genes. Obtained aerial insect aerodynamic genes. It happened in just an instant. Countless genes were injected into Xiaobai's body, and Xiaobai's scales underwent a complete transformation. Though it wasn't visible in the short term, but Xiaobai could feel that it was much safer now than before. One could say it is capable of anything, through fire and water. I wonder when it will learn a flying skill? Lin Sheng felt a faint sense of anticipation. But that wasn't the most pressing matter right now. His primary goal was to strengthen Xiaobai's bloodline, claws, horns, eyes, and fangs to their peak. That would require a lot of funding, and the Dragon Slaying Bureau wouldn't be able to provide it. But the training program for disaster-class beast tamers would definitely consume a massive amount of resources. That was Lin Sheng's primary objective. Continuously improve his strength so he could obtain more resources and a higher rank in this training. Attract the attention of the top brass. Only then could he make ambitious demands. Then I'll focus on training first and prioritize upgrading Xiaobai's attack power. Lin Sheng had already set his target. That is, to stand out in this disaster-class beast tamer training program. At this moment, Xiaobai's horns were about to grow out. By then, those invincible scales combined with the recovery ability of the black flames would be enough to keep it in an invincible position during training. And since I am going to the Bai family this time, I expect they will provide some resources as well. Lin Sheng had a hunch. The Bai family was coming to win him over. However, he would take those resources with a clear conscience. After all, if his own strength weren't impressive enough to make others want to recruit him, where would those resources come from? Everything hinges on being strong enough yourself. Just like Captain Dekian's Monarch-class pet beast, if Xiaobai reaches the Monarch rank, it will surely command respect from everyone. Everything will fall into place. I'll keep the appointment with the Bai family first, then take Xiaobai out for a few days of training to hunt some combat-type ferocious beasts. Having made his plan, Lin Sheng soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, outside the Bai family villa. Early the next morning, outside the Bai family villa, a handsome and elegant young man is standing outside the gate. Beside him, an old bicycle is parked. It forms a stark contrast with the luxury cars owned by the boys and girls around him. It looks as if someone who shouldn't be in this scene has wandered into the frame. Big brother, who is that guy? Did he come to the Bai family looking for a job? A girl sitting in a Rolls-Royce chuckled as she leaned against a young man. Upon hearing this, the young man's face changed instant. "Keep your voice down, don't you know who he is?" The young man's reaction startled the girl. She asked with some concern, did he just get out of prison? Does he have 100,000 gang brothers in there who will return at his command? Damn it, are you drunk? 100,000 brothers wouldn't be enough for him to fight. With that said, the young man stepped on the gas and sped away in the Rolls-Royce amidst a roaring engine. He was terrified that if he stayed a second longer, he would get a beating. And when the girl saw the head of the Bai family coming out of the villa in person, she was shocked. Most of her drunkenness vanished, and she felt a wave of lingering fear. Not to mention her. Even the big boss behind her boyfriend's father was no match for the Bai family. You could even say the Bai family is the emperor of Yang City. If they want someone to disappear, that person won't survive until the next day. This guy is so young. Could he be from the Demon City? Her limited imagination could only lead her to that conclusion. Meanwhile, outside the Bai family gate, Bai Jiuj, the head of the Bai family, came out to greet him with 2 guards. "Young friend Lin, I didn't expect you to come in person. I was planning to send someone to pick you up this afternoon." "It's fine." Lin Sheng shook his head. "It just so happens he prefers riding his bike. He didn't want to waste time, so he came early in the morning." However, Bai Jiuj was quite a refined man, not at all like the solemn, pot-bellied head of the family Lin Sheng had imagined. Soon, Lin Sheng followed him into a hall in the villa. Bai He and her mother were already sitting there. Lin Sheng had to marvel that with Bai He being so beautiful, there was definitely a family factor involved. Not only was her father handsome and dashing, but her mother was still graceful and charming. "He looks quite good." Bai's mother nodded with a smile. Back in the day, it was because she liked Bai Jiuj's looks that she agreed to let him marry into the family. Lin Sheng would never have guessed. The head of the Bai family, the most powerful person in Yang City, was actually a son-in-law living in his wife's house. "Student Lin, our Bai, he often mentions you at home, saying you have great talent and are the goal she strives for. It seems that's truly the case. So, I intend to sponsor you with a sum of money in the name of the Bai family. No other meaning, just a small help from our family to the younger generation of Yang City, to give you a chance to capture a disaster-level beast cub." Bai Jiuj got straight to business. Of course, he thought this possibility was extremely slim. After all, those participating in the training are all super geniuses with prominent backgrounds and high expectations. And Lin Sheng in front of him is just an ordinary person with a little money. Then many thanks to the Bai family head. Lin Sheng nodded. Hearing this, Bai's mother smiled immediately. If Lin Sheng had kept refusing, her impression of him might have dropped. But she didn't expect this young man to accept it directly. This actually made her feel quite fond of him. "The money will be transferred to your bank card later. If you have other matters, feel free to leave at any time." Lin Sheng coming so early meant he surely had his own things to do. That was the intuition of the Bai family head. Then thank you to the Bai family head and Mrs. Bai. I'll be going now. Lin Sheng said goodbye. He did indeed have some things to do. The two of them didn't keep making polite small talk as he had expected, which made Lin Sheng feel very comfortable. Just after Lin Sheng left, "How much do you intend to sponsor him?" asked Bai's mother. "Let's start with 25 million, since the board of directors requested it, and it will be broadcast on TV later," Bai Juge said quietly. He guessed that Lin Sheng had probably already figured it out. Those directors and shareholders of the Bai family wanted to use the family's name to build a relationship with this genius first. If Lin Sheng prospers in the future, the Bai family could share in the benefits. Since you're giving it anyway, why not round it up? 25 million sounds so odd. Bai, he muttered in a low voice. Bai's mother laughed. "You girl, we just met and you're already siding with him." Fine. The board of directors is paying anyway, so let's make it 30 million. Besides, won't all the Bai family's money be his eventually? When she first heard this, Bai, he didn't react immediately. After thinking about it for a moment, her face turned bright red with shyness. "Mom." "Ha, don't worry, Mom supports you. Don't you agree, Bai Juge?" Bai's mother glanced at him. "Of course, I definitely approve." Bai Juge hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. "Just kidding. Right now, who knows how many people in Yang City are chasing after Lin Sheng to curry favor? Who wouldn't want to build a relationship with a genius like him? It's a gift from heaven, isn't it? If Lin Sheng can become a disaster-level beast master in the future, then not to mention Yang City, the entire Demon City might be within their reach. Even if not, King level is pretty good too. Besides, the boy's character is not bad either." Both of them were very satisfied. "I didn't expect history to repeat itself. Another person coming to live off his wife like me," Bai Juge muttered to himself. Meanwhile, as soon as Lin Sheng left the Bai family, he headed into the wilderness to hunt beasts. After all, there is a goal to hunt 1,000 beasts. The amount Xiaobai can handle right now is far from enough. So Lin Sheng goes out to hunt beasts during the day and spends the night at a random hotel nearby to pass the time. Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Sheng's pet was finally ready to upgrade. Mid-level warrior stage. Hiss. Xiaobai curled up on the ground, a layer of white molted skin beginning to appear on its body. As the skin shed, the original rough white scales became extremely beautiful and radiant. Apparently the genes were taking effect. Each perfect scale was aligned and attached to Xiaobai's body, looking incredibly beautiful. It was like the most perfect masterpiece in the world. Lin Sheng couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. It caused Xiaobai to jump in pain. Lin Sheng immediately withdrew his hand. Hiss. "It's okay, master, you can touch. Xiaobai will endure it." "Are you a masochist?" Lin Sheng didn't have the strange hobby of bullying his own pet. He chose to wait on the sidelines. Finally, after half an hour, Xiaobai finished molting. The shiny, beautiful white scales made Lin Sheng's eyes light up. It finally looks a bit like a dragon. If any expert were to see these scales, they would surely spend a fortune to collect them. Perfect. Only this word could describe the absolute beauty of these snake scales. Once it's not painful anymore, I must have a good petting session. Lin Sheng smiled. Just then, Lin Sheng's phone suddenly rang. Lin Sheng picked up the phone. It was Captain D calling. "Hello, is this Captain D?" "It is. The training program is about to begin. I assume you have seen the recent TV broadcasts?" "Yeah, it has attracted a lot of attention." Lin Sheng nodded. When it came to public interest, this training session was truly unparalleled. Over the past few days, almost every time Lin Sheng turned on the TV, he could see experts discussing the training. Most of them were predicting who would end up with those 3 disaster-level hatchlings. Lin Sheng had also gathered a lot of information about his rivals from those broadcasts. He discovered that there were many opponents who would be quite troublesome for him. If it hadn't been for Xiaobai evolving its scales at the last critical moment, Lin Sheng figured he would be feeling quite a headache right about now. Take the winner from one of the other qualification groups for the 50 spots, for example. His pet was an elemental type. Those kinds of pets have no physical form, making them the hardest to deal with. Several others had pets that were equally rare. Their innate potential was almost all at the monarch level. They had reached the upper limit of talent for someone contracting their first pet. And because rumors claimed Lin Sheng's pet had disaster level or even emperor level potential, those experts on TV were hyping him up like crazy. They hyped him up so much he almost started to believe it himself. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? He even suspected that someone had it in for him, deliberately stirring up trouble in the training program to get the other contestants to target him. That is correct. The training begins shortly. A vehicle will arrive at your door to pick you up in a while. The location is strictly classified, so make sure to get your affairs in order before you go. Get my affairs in order, Captain Dai. Are you sure you used the right words? I used them correctly. This training involves life-threatening risks, so it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. Lin Sheng's brow twitched. The call ended. It seems this training program is truly dangerous. However, Lin Sheng had also received genetic ability feedback from Xiaobai, and his physical constitution was no longer that of an ordinary person. If it were in the past, a ferocious beast could have slapped him against a wall so hard he would have been stuck there. Now, a slap would only send him rolling a couple of times. That was already a massive improvement. Besides, the National College entrance exam is still a few months away. Getting some extra training is never a bad thing. Lin Sheng's goal was to get into one of those top 5 universities. This training program is just one step toward that goal. I heard those 5 institutions only accept a few hundred students a year. A few hundred out of over 10 billion people. The level of difficulty is imaginable. And his older sister had managed to get into the Imperial Academy. Lin Sheng didn't feel very confident about it yet. But this training program was a perfect springboard. Lin Sheng didn't have to wait long. Soon, a massive, heavy armored transport vehicle pulled up in front of his villa. It drew the neighbors out of their homes to gawk. I never expected Lin's younger brother to be so talented. Who else would you expect? Their parents are both beast tamers. The children are naturally gifted. It is all in the genes. To be invited to participate in this training program, he must be among the top 100 young beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Sigh, I regret it now. Back when my daughter wanted to pursue Lin Sheng, why was I so blind as to drag her away and forbid it? Have you forgotten? That girl kept a tight watch on her little brother. Even if you had agreed, there would have been no chance. I suppose you're right. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Sheng boarded the armored transport and left. The interior of the vehicle was completely sealed, making it impossible to see the road. Lin Sheng could only feel the bumpy movement of the ride. Secrecy is always good. If those malicious people knew that all the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom were gathered for training, there would surely be all sorts of trouble. If you want to fool everyone, then you must not even spare your own people. He didn't know how much time had passed. The vehicle finally came to a stop, and the rear door opened. Lin Sheng stepped out onto a private airfield. 3 small passenger jets were parked there. Meanwhile, several other beast tamers from Yang City who had passed the tests were already standing there. It is Brother Lin. Senior Lin Sheng is here. I'm so nervous. I can't believe I actually passed the test. You better keep your head on straight. I heard that even if you passed the test, you could still be eliminated during the training. Never mind being eliminated. Instructor D said there would be life-threatening danger, and I was so scared that I bought a set of survival armor overnight. As he spoke, the person shook the hardware on his body. He looked perfectly safe. Everyone from Yang City was very excited. After all, the outskirts of Yang City were extremely dangerous. With ferocious beasts roaming everywhere, no one dared to venture deep. That meant that as they grew up, none of them had ever left Yang City. Now that they were finally going to leave, how could they not be excited? Lin Sheng. Bye, he waved at him. Yeah. Lin Sheng nodded. Since everyone is here, let's board the plane. Diqian was still wearing her black tactical uniform. The group followed her onto the plane on the left. Whoosh. All three planes took off at the same time. Inside, they still couldn't see what was happening outside. The small passenger jet quickly ascended. During the flight, Lin Sheng occasionally heard terrifying roars of flying beasts outside the plane. Yet, the moment these beasts got close to the jet, they were shot down instantly. Lin Sheng didn't need to guess, it had to be Diqian's doing. Generally, for a passenger plane to take off, a beast tamer must be on board to guard it. They could earn over 100,000 per trip. There were many jobs similar to this one. That was why beast tamers were never short of money. Being attacked like this meant the plane was flying through an extremely dangerous zone. On safe routes, you might not be attacked even once a year. Just as Lin Sheng was wondering where they were headed, a pack was suddenly thrown at him. Get ready to jump. If you jump too late, expect to be eaten. Diqian's voice came from behind. Then the rear hatch of the jet opened. Whoosh! An endless rush of cold air flooded into the cabin. Good luck, soldier. The phrase inexplicably popped into Lin Sheng's head. They didn't hesitate. They strapped on their packs and jumped out after Diqian. Parachuting like this was a piece of cake for beast tamers. After all, every one of them possessed physical fitness and learning abilities comparable to professional athletes. While in mid-air, Lin Sheng could clearly see a base surrounded by high walls within the beast-infested jungle. It really is. If you were even a second late jumping, you'd end up landing outside the base. Lin Sheng was left completely speechless. So much for no life-threatening danger, they are just begging for trouble. Even while drifting down with his parachute, Lin Sheng saw a few people with their massive chutes get caught on the central tower of the base, swaying in the wind. Snap. With a dashing and graceful motion, Lin Sheng landed on the ground. Several staff members immediately ran over to take away Lin Sheng's parachute pack. And very soon, 5 squads were assembled on the playground. Lin Sheng joined the squad led by instructor Diqian. A one-armed man stepped onto the open space in front and faced the crowd. All the students present held their breath. Hello everyone, my name is Gao Liang, and I am a Monarch-level Beastmaster. As soon as he said this, the crowd below began to whisper among themselves. A Monarch-level Beastmaster. Even the strongest Beastmaster in our city is only at the Monarch level. But didn't I hear that this training would be conducted by a disaster-level Beastmaster? That's right, why is it a Monarch level 1, though? That's not bad either. Listening to the students' confusion, Gao Liang smiled. You guessed right, there is a disaster-level Beastmaster here. But he said he doesn't teach dead weights, only the 3 most outstanding individuals. If you can withstand the upcoming training, everything else is negotiable. At this point, Gao Liang paused and pointed to the students hanging from the central tower. As for them, they don't need to participate in today's training, and they have no chance at points. Points? Although the students weren't quite sure what these points were for, they vaguely felt that this was very important. Lin Sheng felt the same way. After all, one could tell just by the pitying look the instructor gave the students on the tower. The consequences of failing to get points were likely quite severe. I won't say anything extra. For the first few days, I will conduct unified tests on your pets and your own neural reaction speeds, muscle strength, defensive capabilities, and all aspects. If you don't pass the tests, you won't get a single point. Summon your pets. We are doing the neural reaction speed test right now. Gao Liang dropped his previous gentle demeanor and became instantly serious. Starting right now? Everyone present was stunned. We just jumped off the plane and haven't even rested yet. But some students wore an indifferent expression, like Lin Sheng Duning, and a few other Beastmasters whose names they didn't know all seemed extremely calm. All right, the upcoming neural reaction speed test will be conducted by me. Diqian walked out of the crowd. Then she summoned her phantom-like pet, a ghost-type pet. Hiss, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Are they planning to make us dodge the attacks of that ghost shadow? You Jinx, keep your mouth shut. Exactly, that's a Lord-level pet. How is it possible to dodge that? Feeling that cold, chilling aura, the students below all turned pale. It does look dangerous, but that's about it. Lin Sheng said quietly. With Little White's proficient-level visual capabilities, plus the neural reaction forces he absorbed from hornets, eagles, and other fierce beasts, one could say, Little White has almost no rivals in terms of neural reaction speed. Start now, you. Come over here. Diqian pointed at a random boy. The boy turned pale instantly. Forget it, it's going to happen sooner or later anyway. The boy gritted his teeth and decided to just give it his all. He summoned a long-limbed creature from his beast-taming space. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Diqian was stunned. This... For God's sake, is that a sloth? Are you joking? Sloths have one of the slowest neural reaction speeds in the world. Of course, I mean one of the slowest. The long-limbed sloth lay on the ground, crawling towards Diqian step by slow step. Forget it, I'll go over there myself. Diqian helplessly rubbed her forehead. By the time it reaches me, the whole day will probably be over. Lightning, go, you can do it. The boy encouraged his sloth while it was lying in front of the phantom, and the sloth slowly turned its head, as if it intended to nod at its master. TFF'd. This scene finally made the others almost lose it. Damn. This is too hilarious. By the time it finishes nodding, your head will have been cut off. And Diqian obviously had no intention of waiting for it to nod. The phantom raised its long blade and slashed down in a flash. However, something unexpected happened. The phantom actually missed. Diqian was momentarily stunned. And at this moment, the boy stopped acting and revealed a crafty grin. Lightning, lightning, fast as lightning. His sloth has a skill that allows for instant acceleration. The act he put on earlier was just to deceive the instructor. However, he couldn't dodge the next strike. Whoosh. The phantom delivered another strike so fast it was almost invisible, just a blur of blade light. In the blink of an eye, it left a mark on the sloth. I'll count that as one successful dodge. You pass. Thank you, instructor. Haha, let's go, lightning. The boy took his pet and immediately stepped aside. The students around them were left dumbfounded, and the others weren't as lucky. Because next, Diqian would not be so careless anymore. Whoosh. 0 eliminate. Whoosh. 0 eliminate. 1 qualified. In just a few minutes. Out of 100 Beastmasters, more than 30 were eliminated. This meant that these 30+ people wouldn't be able to get any points. Damn, this attack speed is way too fast. Even though the instructor suppressed her power, it's still a Lord-level pet. That's true, I only managed to dodge once because my pet has a speed-boosting skill. Damn, you're lucky, my pet's reaction speed isn't even as fast as a sloth. Hahaha, I'll be a laughingstock when I get back. You don't say. The elimination list for this training is going to be published in the news. Public humiliation, huh? I admit I'm scared. Next, Du Ning, as the name was called. A girl with skin like jade stepped forward from the squad. The moment she appeared, she immediately caught everyone's attention. Such a beautiful girl, even just watching from afar is a treat. It's a pity that no matter how beautiful, She is out of their league. Why does it feel like she glanced at me? Lin Sheng said to himself. You too, brother. I also felt like the goddess looked at me just now. Me too, you too? Who's pissing yellow? If you've got diabetes, step back, don't let him get a taste. Whoosh. Before they could continue, a cold chill permeated from the front. An ice blue butterfly was gently flapping its wings in mid-air. Not bad, it seems you've trained this pet well. Di Qian nodded in approval for the first time. However, I won't hold back. Please start. Du Ning was very polite. Or rather, she had an innate arrogance that even she didn't realize. But it is exactly this hint of arrogance that has cultivated Du Ning's unique temperament. I can only dodge one strike at most, but if it were the goddess, she could definitely dodge several, right? That is not necessarily true. The attack patterns of supernatural creatures are different from normal ones. You never know how his wrist might twist. Indeed, that is too hard to predict. But it does not matter. If our pets don't have an advantage in speed, perhaps they will have one in the defense test. That makes a lot of sense. And just at that moment, whoosh, another long blade slashed over. And in that instant, the ice butterfly's wings moved slightly. A violent wave of cold air spread outward. Even the ghost shadow's blade became coated in frost, slowing it down, and the ice butterfly dodged the attack with ease. Dodged it so easily, she is worthy of being called a goddess. Using a skill, isn't that against the rules? I remember the previous pets all used speed boosting skills, but this time it was a debuff. Isn't this test supposed to measure neural reaction speed? It definitely isn't a violation. After all, you still have to time your skill usage perfectly. That is true. Whoosh. 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 Then, the ghost shadow lashed out with 4 more strikes. It wasn't until the 7th strike that it finally caught a mistake. 7 strikes. That is already terrifying. Anyone could see that the ghost shadow's speed was increasing, and each strike was heavier than the last. Being able to dodge 7 strikes puts her ahead of most people. Come back, ice butterfly. Du Ning withdrew the ice butterfly into her pet space. Nice, you passed. Walking down the stage, Du Ning passed by Lin Sheng. She said softly, I look forward to your performance. I wonder if your little snake can beat my ice butterfly. Having said that, Du Ning left. Damn, you're impressive, man. We thought you were just dreaming, but damn, you were actually telling the truth. Turns out I was the arrogant clown all along. If I remember correctly, you're that Lin Sheng who started the rumors about Goddess Du, right? Looks like that's him. There aren't many people in this entire base as handsome as you. Awesome. To stand up against Goddess Du like that, watch out for her lackeys. Regarding everyone's comments, Lin Sheng was non-committal. He didn't even pay attention to what Du Ning had said. Just because he admired her looks didn't mean he thought highly of her. Next, Chen Gao. A sullen-faced boy stepped forward. He summoned a burning flame demon dog directly from his pet space. An elemental pet. The crowd was taken aback. It was an extremely rare elemental pet. You have to know that the potential for these pets starts at the Lord level at the very minimum. In the subsequent test, Chen Gao lived up to expectations. He successfully dodged 5 attacks. After all, being a ball of fire, the surface area was just too big. If you don't control it well, it's easy to get hit, so naturally, it couldn't compare to an ice butterfly that slows the opponent down. Shortly after, Brother Lin Sheng, it is your turn. A beastmaster from Yangcheng who had just finished his test said. Lin Sheng nodded silently. Xiaobai, come out. A white snake emerged from the pet space and coiled around Lin Sheng. By now, Xiaobai's body was as thick as a small tree, and it had reached about 5 meters in length. It immediately caught everyone's attention. What a cool guy. This must be the genius beastmaster from Yangcheng, Lin Sheng, right? Wow, the top geniuses and family heirs from other cities have ice butterflies or flame demon dogs. Those well-known pets. What species is this white snake? Ha ha ha, isn't that just a baby dragon? Give me a break. This snake doesn't seem to have any prominent features. Can't tell what it is yet. It can't really be just a regular snake, right? With this, how can he compete with others? Everyone had been looking forward to it. What kind of pet would this top genius have? After all, the previous two had already stunned them. But they truly didn't expect Lin Sheng's pet to be just a plain white snake that was only a bit large. To be honest, no one looked down on him. It's just that using this kind of pet to compete for a top 3 spot in the training camp and win a disaster-level cub is just wishful thinking. Looks like it's over for him. Snakes have such huge hitboxes. Looks like all the points will be left to Miss Du Ning. With a body that long, it's hard to protect the head without exposing the tail. But I keep feeling like staring at this white snake for too long gives me the creeps. One student said quietly. He had a special sense for the bloodlines of certain pets. And now, facing this plain white snake made him feel very uncomfortable. And just then, Diqian finally made her move. Whoosh! The ghost shadow didn't hold back at all. It used an even faster speed than usual to slash at Xiaobai. Diqian wanted to test Xiaobai's true strength quickly, and that blade cut through the air. A strike so fast that most people couldn't even see it. But in Xiaobai's eyes, it was moving incredibly slowly. With just a tilt of its head, it dodged it. One strike, Lin Sheng said quietly. Damn, he's still got time to count. What a show-off. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Another even faster strike. Still dodged easily by Xiaobai. Then, 3 strikes. 4 strikes. 5 strikes. This. Could he be about to break the goddess Du's record? The crowd truly didn't expect this little white snake to be so good at dodging. Down below, Du Ning's lips parted slightly. She admitted. She was starting to panic. Even the genius with the flame demon dog was stunned. Only the people from Yangcheng were cheering for Lin Sheng. Go, brother Lin. Lin the god is amazing. Who says pets have to be rare breeds? And then, sure enough, Lin Sheng successfully dodged the remaining 2 attacks, breaking Du Ning's record. Instructor Diqian, wait a moment. What? Tired already? Well, that's understandable. After all, the ghost shadow just used speed approaching the early Lord level. If even Lin Sheng could handle that, it would be too absurd. But unexpectedly, Lin Sheng grinned. No, instructor, I just wanted to test exactly how fast Xiaobai is now. So can you stop coming one by one? Let the storm rage even harder. You can swing all you want, I can take it. Lin Sheng said with a serious look. He didn't look like he was joking. And upon hearing this, all the students around them were dumbfounded.